Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Storage Design and Modeling Working Group Series. Today's Working Group Series Session 2 will be discussing outage management uplift and diesel energy bid and state of charge management working group. For today, we'll go over some housekeeping reminders as this call is being recorded for informational and community purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without ISO's permission. During this meeting, it's structured to stimulate different dialogue and engage different perspectives, so please be sure to utilize the chat and verbal cues so we can ask and answer any questions. We also encourage that all comments that are provided or said to during the audience, make sure that they're professional, respectful. As well, we also refrain from repeating anything that has been previously said in order for us to manage our time effectively. In today's meeting, the instructions to raise your hand for those who are in the WebEx platform. We use the raise hand icon located on the bottom right of your screen, and that will allow you to be entered to the queue. At the time of the queue, we'll go over each person. Make sure you introduce yourself and your first name, last name, and affiliation before stating your comment. And those who are joined in through the audio only line, we like you to use the *3 and will allow you to be dialed into your phone line. Make sure you also introduce yourself. We won't be able to see your full name within that audio only, so make sure you include that when unmuted. You may also submit a question to all panelists. We will be able to monitor and answer those when the time is provided during the pause. Both our speakers will let us know when we'll be taking questions, and today's our event producer is Ryan, so he'll be helping us for this meeting today. And today we have an agenda. We're basically going to cover a few topics as noticed in our, previously noticed in our notice. Today's first topic, we'll have Sergio go over the overview and comments and updated tentative topics group. And then he'll cover overview and storage constraints. And then about 11:15, he'll cover outage management and non-linearity issues. We also have Juan Lopez Alvarez, who's also here to provide subject matter expert support, so he'll be here too as a panelist. And we may be promoting a few folks from the ISO team to help with any questions that are asked. During 11:45, we will do an open discussion, and then we'll take a break at noon at 12 p.m. Pacific time, and then we'll resume back here at 1 p.m. Also, for today, the afternoon, we'll cover the overview of storage default energy bids, and then Sergio will also cover the overview of the state of charge management and capacity awards. We do have one presentation lined up for today in the afternoon for Vistra, so we'll be covering that slide as well for Kathleen Kober, and then we'll have an open discussion. As a reminder, we also encourage stakeholder presentations within the working group process, so feel free to review that notice on how to submit a stakeholder presentation, and also we'll follow with you offline if that is something you'd like to do in an upcoming future working group meeting. And then I'll be able to hear to next steps, and I'll help out conclude this meeting for our folks here today. And so I wanted to go and see the last one we have here is the CAISO policy stakeholder process. This is just an outline of where we're at and what process we're following. Since we're in the working group status, we're still developing a lot of input from our stakeholder community, as well as discussing any topics, which are the topics that we have highlighted within the topics for topic 1 and topic 2 for this meeting. And at this time, I will go ahead and introduce Sergio, who will be providing our support. He's also our storage manager, sector manager here at the ISO, and he'll be helping leading the next, pretty much most of the meeting today, and we invite you to continue dialoguing with any questions you may have. I want to go ahead and do a quick audio test for Sergio, if you may begin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Let me get my camera set up too. Hopefully that's working. Okay,
it looks
great.
Good. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making the time today. Thank you for joining. We have a pretty packed agenda, as Brenda just went through. So let's get going. Despite the fact that the agenda slide kind of saved open discussion for the end of the morning and the afternoon session, please know that I'll be pausing to take any questions or feedback as we move forward. And if you have questions, if you have any comments, raise your hand or send a message in the chat, and we'll get to that when there's a natural kind of pause. Okay. So the first topic in the agenda for today will be an overview of the stakeholder comments. We got several written comments a couple weeks back from our first meeting in December. So I want to provide a general summary of what we've heard and show you all how we are incorporating that as we move forward. So as we mentioned in our first meeting, this initiative is really meant to be kind of like the omnibus initiative for a wide array of topics that relate to energy storage in different configurations. We want to make sure that we have productive discussions, and for that we've proposed categorizing topics in topic groups so that we can have parallel development and that we'll have organized discussions that consider all of these issues in a holistic manner. This arrangement will also allow us to potentially resolve matters and implement solutions in a staggered manner. So that way we can make progress on the items where more consensus has been developed, and we can also take a bit more time on those issues that require more collective thinking or the development of additional proposals. So the goal of this working group stage of the process will be to develop a straw proposal for the topic group 1 and an issue paper for the other two topic groups, 2 and 3. And we'll recap kind of what is under the umbrella of each of those topic groups after I go over the comments and how we are incorporating those comments. The topic groups that I'll share in the next slide were the ones that we presented in December, and they were shared to stimulate conversation and were subject to feedback. So I just want to show them to you to give you kind of a reminder of where we were. Then we'll talk about the comments, and I'll show you the updated version of those different topic groups. So this is what we included, what we showed in December. That's the initial overview of the topic groups. We got different kinds of feedback from moving some topics around, making sure that they're in the same topic group so that they can be discussed jointly. Other feedback also recommending the addition of other topics within the different topic groups. So let's go over those, and I'll then show the updated distribution of issues. So I'll start with the comments that kind of have to do with the pace and prioritization of issues. In the comment template, we asked folks to give us their feedback about whether the idea of having full-day meetings once a month was viable, was desirable. Most stakeholders agreed with that pace. There were only 2 or 3 comments suggesting that it might be better to have shorter and more frequent meetings. This is something that we've seen kind of a bit of a split, not only here, but in other initiatives as well. I know that, for example, RA also thought about going in more frequent meetings. PFE, for example, already has very frequent meetings. So here we tend to kind of align with the stakeholders that agree with the current pace. We know that several stakeholders here are covering the other initiatives as well. So we'd want to be careful about overloading their calendars and making sure that they can have material contributions and engagement here. Regarding the topic and issues and what should be prioritized, most stakeholders noted that issues related to storage outage management and nonlinearity should be prioritized. This is kind of the bulk of the storage community, I'd say, shared comments to this effect, although there were a couple of stakeholders that noted that storage BCR reform should take precedence. Here I think that, and we'll see that in our kind of summary slide of the comments a little bit later, it's definitely important for us to make progress on the VCR reform issue, but we do also understand that we want to have kind of more holistic conversations around the state of storage today, the state of the policy and of the modeling today, probably before we start taking on VCR rather quickly. So because of that, and in connection with the third bullet here, we do agree that we should use kind of this session, the next one, to kick off each topic with a holistic review of what's the state of affairs today, so as to establish a common understanding and be able to develop kind of the guiding principles for each of the issues. So while we understand that some complex matters like BCR, default energy bids, are essential to work on, we also agree that we need to kind of have a holistic review. That was the goal of this initiative, and we'll strive to do that ahead of time so that we can move forward on the topics that are urgent based on the ISO's perspective and the stakeholders' perspective as well. In a similar vein, several stakeholders urged us to focus on known and urgent issues, such as the ones here in parentheses, before considering the development of new products or participation pathways. And I think that this aligns with, the understanding of we have a long list of issues to go through. Let's try to focus on those that could be addressed with fewer changes, that have fewer or less interplay with other matters, and then we can move on to the thinking of more complex solutions like the introduction of new products or pathways. I think that is a sensible comment. Something to note is that we also see that the development of new products or pathways could potentially obviate some of the reforms that other issues might need. But we definitely, understand the fact that there's been a bit of a pause on the holistic development of storage policy, and we want to pick that up and move quickly on whatever topics can be addressed more urgently than others. The several stakeholders submitted some comments recommending some modifications to the initially proposed topic groups so that interrelated topics are discussed jointly. We definitely took those recommendations to heart, and you'll see in the upcoming slides kind of how that is reflected. And we were very, happy to see that some stakeholders already are sharing their proposed guiding principles and proposals on some of the issues, so as to, build up the topic and make sure that we have a clear understanding of where they stand and where policy could move from their perspective. So, based on this topic, these are some of the changes that, based on this comment, these are some of the changes that we're thinking. We will move forward with the schedule that was shared in the prior stakeholder meeting, with some minor modifications related to the reorganization of the topic groups. As you'll see in the upcoming slides regarding the schedule, those minor modifications are really, one, changing the name of some of the topic groups for clarity, two, adding the timeline for comments so that you all have a clear understanding of, how, when to engage and what is kind of expected as we continue through this initiative. And those are really kind of the key, as well as including giving you some sense of when we're targeting the development of some of the papers as well related to this initiative. We'll also modify the topic groups, the issues under the scope of the different topic groups, to allow for prioritization of issues that do not require tariff modifications, and to ensure that topics that are very much related are addressed jointly. Sorry, that was an accident. Okay. Given the feedback we've heard from the comments, we'll also make sure that each topic is introduced with a form of an educational overview followed by a description of the issues. And we'll start that today with the existing state of charge constraints, the outage management topic, default energy bids, and the state of charge and capacity award topic. Initially, in a previously posted version of this deck, we were only focusing on state of charge constraints and outage management. But since we didn't get a lot of requests from stakeholders to present today, we thought it would be valuable to, use the time to keep moving along on the different issues that we have in scope here. And finally, we definitely appreciate and welcome all of the comments that went far to tell us more of the perspective of stakeholders regarding guiding principles and different proposals. And we look forward to keep developing this through the working group process. So to the degree that this conversations today, stimulate some thinking around the guiding principles and proposals, and create some questions, or move something in your mind that changes your thinking, please let us know, so that way we can incorporate that to the working group process, give you the time that you might want to present your ideas or updated ideas, and continue the dialogue moving forward. So based on all of this comments, this is the updated tentative topic groups. Again, we want to keep being responsive. We want to make sure that the issues at hand and how we are addressing them make sense. So after this, I'll pause briefly to see if there's any feedback or comments. But please know that you can always kind of reach out to us and let us know your perspective if something here might warrant some form of comment. Okay, so this is kind of the updated topic groups. As you can see, we've renamed the first one so that it's not just OMS and being called out for outage management. There's definitely more elements that relate to outage management. Particularly, we've moved to this topic group the issues related to nonlinearity or fallback. And we've also included here the storage state of charge definition and calculation topic. This topic, it could be a bit confusing. Why is state of charge definition and calculation not in state of charge management? Really, it's because of the interdependencies with the outage and nonlinearity topic. And we want to make sure that we can address or talk about these issues jointly. That doesn't mean that these issues will not have an impact on those under other topic groups, but please remember the goal here is really to kind of organize them in a way that gives you all clear expectations of when something will be talked about, and that gives all of the community here the ability to have cross-pollination across the ideas and parallel development of the policy and, working through all of this. The second topic group, state of charge management topics, really very limited changes here. We've just moved the topic away from here, the nonlinearity topic, and we've also renamed this notion of biddable state of charge to biddable state of charge concept. Before, we kind of were imagining this a bit more focused on the biddable state of charge participation pathway, which was previously named the energy storage resource participation pathway. But from some of the comments and some of the presentations we had last month, it made sense to include here other biddable state of charge concepts like the product that was presented by PG&E. So that would be its home in this second topic group. And then the third topic group, we have topics related to distribution level and paired resources. In particular, I want to provide two points of clarification here. The first one has to do with what do we mean by distribution level storage. I saw one comment that went pretty deep in describing the challenges associated with communicating distribution level charging constraints for resources that are interconnected via the wholesale distribution access tariff. That is precisely kind of what we're imagining. In reality, that topic actually has a lot of interplay with outages, outage reporting, outage management as well. But we think that it's a topic that is kind of specific enough to warrant us to look at it a bit separately from the other outage topics. So that's what we mean when we're looking at distribution level storage issues. And finally, we saw a couple of comments urging the ISO to consider issues related to hybrid in addition to the development of a default energy bid. Those were generally described in some of the comments. So we've made this space of additional hybrid topics. This language will be further refined as we get to that topic group. And, as a reminder, if your organization is interested in this topic group, the working group for it will be the afternoon of the next meeting, February 20th. So, if you have materials, thoughts, and, something that describes kind of the additional issues for the ISO and for the benefit of all the stakeholders here, please reach out to us. We'd love to have some time for you and make sure that we can move the conversation forward in this topic group. I believe that's the last slide. Oh, no. We have a couple of slides on the timeline. So let me go through this, and then we'll pause for the couple of hands that are up. So the revised timeline, really the difference here is that we're including the comments. Something that we thought about was, how often do we want to ask for comments and put that, responsibility as well on stakeholders. And we think that at this time, since we are in the meetings that will do more of the holistic review as asked by stakeholders, it would be probably valuable to have comments after each topic group has been discussed. So for that to happen in this first couple months would be, we'll have our meeting today, then we'll have another meeting in February, and then we'll have comments too. And we'll repeat that process moving forward. So we'll have, for example, in March and April, another couple of meetings, and then we'll have comments too. This does not mean that you cannot give us feedback before. If you want and you think it would be valuable, you can do it during the calls. You can reach out to us as well. But we think that this way, we make we make sure that we can capture all of the feedback, that if something needs to be addressed between this meeting and February, then we can, update it and include it in that February 20th meeting, and then have the comments so that that way we can be productive without, filling the calendar and filling the tasks for all of y'all. You can also see in this timeline that we've included our tentative dates for the posting of different materials. We definitely, welcome your thoughts on that, but the idea here would be that it would allow us to have that parallel development so that as we make progress on issues included in topic group 1, we can also further refine the other issues so that we can get to that issue paper posting as well. I know that's been a lot. I see 3 or 4 hands, so I'll pause here and welcome your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Starting off with Alva from PG&E. Let's go ahead.
All right, just real quick, attendees. When I unmute you, it will pop up on your screen requesting for an unmute. Just make sure to accept that. We'll be going to Alva first.
This is Alva Svoboda from PG&E. Your efforts in organizing this initiative are very much appreciated, Sergio. I think there's a lot of thought has gone into this. I had 2 just comments or questions. One is that there has been discussion in a couple of other ISO presentations unrelated directly to storage about the question of how flexible ramping product deals with state of charge. And it's been presented as a discrete issue. I do think it should be somehow identified, because I think ISO is probably going to be the in a sense the stakeholder on it. But I guess you could fold it into SOC management for capacity awards, but to me it is probably something that should be dealt with in track 1 since it seems fairly urgent. So just wanted to make that comment. My other comment is just that I think distribution level storage, my understanding of it is that it includes both the concept of just, grid scale batteries essentially that are behind a distribution constraint, but also, as you had kind of alluded to, distributed resources that are on the distribution network. And I agree with the idea that both of those should be included in this initiative. It may be that kind of the distribution level, the sort of grid scale storage dealing with distribution constraints should be dealt with more expeditiously than kind of the much more complex in my mind issues of how you deal with distributed resources, distributed storage on the other side of a distribution constraint. So those are just 2 comments. Thank you.
All right.
Sergio, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. And thanks, Alva. I was just saying that you kind of read my mind here, because something that I didn't clarify is that, and I apologize for that, is that these topic groups, again, they're not meant to tell you all we're going to resolve topic group 1 first, then topic group 2, and then topic group 3. It's about how we are discussing them, right? But I definitely agree that some elements might be more urgent than others among the topic groups. And in particular, the one related to FRP and state of charge management, that is something that we'll talk about later today, and that we know that could be pretty material in the near term. And with regards to the distribution level storage, yeah, I see it in a similar way of, there are some issues there that warrant perhaps more a quicker consideration and resolution than others. I also want to note on the distributed storage piece that there are also new efforts, new initiatives at the ISO on distributed resources as well. So there might be some spillover there, but I want to to make sure that we'll work in alignment with them, just as we'll work in alignment with the RA folks for anything that touches upon RA, et cetera. But thank you for the comments, Alba.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio.
Next, we do have Renee. Make sure you click unmute when prompted. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Renee Steichen with Rev Renewables. And just a brief comment to thank you for kind of re-looking at this based on stakeholder feedback. And we appreciate the move of non-linearity into the first track and look forward to kind of keeping this fluid as discussions emerge and as priorities may be shifting, but we agree that should be in track one and addressed quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee, for this and your comments too on the matter. Very useful as well.
And next we do have Callie Wells. Please unmute when you're prompted to.
Sergio, thank you for that clarification that we are not addressing each of these groups of issues in a sequential manner. That definitely helps answer my original question, but I was curious if you guys have given any thought to logistically how these conversations might go if, for example, while we're talking about the storage uplift redesign, if that conversation starts going into some design that still looks at SOC, and then we move to kind of the SOC management topic issues, and that kind of has still some interdependencies with this uplift design, how logistically we might handle that. Do you think that once we move these into the formal policy, once they get to that formal policy development phase, would they be in one conversation, or are you still thinking about talking about these separately, but somehow feedback into the uplift redesign topic, just as an example?
Yeah, that's a good question, Callie. I think that, right now we're at this stage of ensuring that everyone, that we have a common understanding of where we're at, and also ensuring a common kind of order for our hit list, order for what different issues we're going to try to address first. So as I mentioned in a prior slide, for example, we definitely want to allow for the prioritization of issues that may not require tariff modifications, and also to ensure that the different topics are addressed jointly. So I think as the conversations evolve, this field of topics might dwindle down a little bit, and we'll be able to move and have different conversations at the same meeting, perhaps not at the same session of the morning and the afternoon, no, maybe through the whole day, but that they're together and there's cross-pollination. And we also want to make sure, that both you all, when you leave these meetings, and CAISO staff, we've made progress on the different angles so that we can keep the conversation, the framing of it tight and productive. So I think as we move forward, it seems from the comments that outage reporting, nonlinearity, it also seems from our experience that state of charge management for capacity awards and some of the distribution level matters, those might be the things that we try to reach sort of a conclusion or resolution first. As we get there, I think that will give us more flexibility on making sure that we use the sessions kind of focused on those topics that might need that holistic review that we're doing to move forward, like uplift, biddable state of charge concept, et cetera. Maybe that was a long-winded way to say, like, it's flexible. We want to move forward and be responsive to it, but really at this stage, I think the goal of this topic groups is more so that you guys know what will be talked about in the meeting, and you know that next month we probably won't be talking a lot about biddable state of charge concepts or system state of charge mechanism, and we'll more be talking about the topic group 3, for example. Hopefully that helps a bit.
Yeah, no, that does. I appreciate that. I was just trying to make sure that we get ahead of a situation where maybe we get to an uplift redesign where everyone's comfortable, then move to state of charge and realize, oh, we actually now need to go back to this uplift redesign and make some tweaks because of where we landed on some of the state of charge. So just trying to get ahead of that situation, but I appreciate the response. Thanks.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and by no means will I want to make these topic groups draconian enough for us to not be productive in our conversation. So this is a tool for us to organize, not something for us to kind of get married to and nothing can be moved. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
We do have a question from chat. Marcelo from Next Era Energy asked if there's any room for additional hybrid topics to talk about, for such as RA accounting of hybrid co-located projects.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Marcelo. I would say that, we do want to have a clear boundary between this initiative and the RA initiative that is ongoing as well. In the RA space, there's different conversations around accounting mechanisms, not just for hybrid co-located, but really more in general as well, the development of an enforced capacity kind of accounting mechanism too. I would say at this time that we'd want to limit our scope here so as to not interfere with RA. But please know that both the RA team and our team in this initiative, we're working pretty closely to ensure that we're not stepping on anyone's toes or developing policy that would be counterproductive. But we'd like to keep the RA discussion in the RA venue. And that's really for a couple of reasons. It's not just an organizational decision, or it doesn't just have like that organizational gain, let's say. It's also because we know that the audience is a bit different. RA is very, California specific, and several of the topics that we're touching upon here also impact entities in the broader WEIM as well. So we want to make sure that those California-specific topics are discussed where all of the adequate stakeholders are, which would be the RA venue. What would be considered potentially in the hybrid topics? I think that there are, some important clarifications around the use of some of the tools that are available to hybrid resources. And there's also some questions out there about, how hybrids can report or should report generally on availability. That also touches upon RA too. So we'll have to be cautious as how we work on that and be aligned with the RA folks too. But really that's kind of the thinking here on how we're trying to divide the topics. So hopefully that addresses your question, Marcelo. Thank you.
Sergio, there's no more questions at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other questions or chats, so let's keep going. Let's get to kind of the main course for the morning session, where we'll talk about the overview of existing storage constraints. Okay, so this will be a section that is fairly dense. I want you all to know that as we go into it. We saw a lot of comments kind of urging us to gave a lay of the land of where the storage model is at today, what are the existing constraints, and also the planned constraints. In today's session, we're going to focus on the existing constraints. There are other constraints that are planned. Those will be explored in more detail in the next session. But for today, we'll focus on the existing storage constraints. We'll provide an overview first of how the NGR model in general is defined, how it works, what we use it for, and then we'll go over state of charge constraints that are applicable, that are enforced in day-ahead real time, and some other applicable constraints for storage. The goal of this conversation is really, educational. We know that there's a lot of information about storage, and that information is kind of spread or divided between a couple of different BPMs and different sections of the tariff too. So the goal really is to kind of create these slides as a repository, as an example of where we're at today, so that if people have questions, we can try and address them either here or with updated materials moving forward. And also to ensure that we can all kind of see where some of the challenges that are related to the other topics connect to the existing storage constraints. So this is really, I think, will be a very foundational conversation. As you'll see, when we move forward in the topics today, when we talk about devs, when we talk about capacity awards and state of charge, I will keep referencing some of the constraints or characteristics that I'll discuss in this section. So I'll try to pause, after each of the kind of subtopics of the existing storage constraints for questions. But bear in mind that, this is a significant kind of scope for the next slides. So it's great to have questions, but let's also try to get through it and maybe have a little bit more of a discussion at the end so that we can all have the same base understanding as we move forward for the afternoon session too. Okay, so let's get started. So first I want to provide some background on the NGR participation pathway. NGR's non-generator resource is a participation pathway for resources that can operate continuously by either consuming or providing energy, and that can seamlessly switch between generating and consuming energy. This is very important because this is really the key difference between NGRs and other resources that can also consume and inject energy, the fact that they can seamlessly switch between these two modes. That really means that the NGR resource kind of has a continuous injection and consumption range. And because of that, we've used this NGR participation pathway to model what we call limited energy storage resources. However, other resources can also be modeled using the NGR functionality. Now, the majority of them are LESRs, but there's other resources that can be modeled under the NGR functionality. For an NGR, we have something called the energy limits, and that is the maximum and minimum energy that the device can store. Based on that, we are able to kind of limit and constrain what we expect of the resource, and that expected, generation of consumption will be constrained by that minimum or maximum stored energy limits. These stored energy limits are specified in the master file. So when we look at the formulas a little bit later, please bear that in mind, that those stored energy limits that sometimes are written in a formulaic way as the lower bar SOC or upper bar SOC, those might be, the physical limits of the resource, not necessarily the limit of what the SOC can be calculated at in a given set of intervals, right? Basically, this is a physical characteristic of the asset. Now, we have two flavors, let's say, of NGRs. The non-regulation energy management and the regulation energy management NGRs. Today, the majority of what we have is really non-REM. And for those non-REM NGRs, the day-ahead and real-time markets are observing the energy limits in both their energy and ancillary service optimizations. For REM NGRs, the energy limits are only observed in the real-time economic dispatch. As I mentioned before, energy limits are like a master file value. These are not required if the resource doesn't have a physical limitation, but that's really not the case for the majority of the battery LESRs out there. So if they do have a limit, this must be registered, and that allows us to make sure that we are observing that limit. If nothing is provided, we will assume that there's no such constraint. But as I mentioned, that's not really kind of the case for the majority of assets out there. The NGR participation pathway also has what we're calling here the algebraic power output, which basically means what is the maximum and minimum potential injection or withdrawal from the grid. And it's measured in megawatts. So this is what a little bit more colloquially we shorthand to the Pmax or Pmin of the asset. Now, importantly here, when we're thinking about the algebraic power output, it's really about like the physical potential of the asset. It's not about under like a current set of outages or extraordinary conditions, but like its regular value in megawatts that we would assume. We also have in the NGR model distinct ramp rates for when the NGR is charging or when the NGR is discharging. However, those ramp rates are limited for one segment for each mode. This is very important because this bullet point directly relates to the issues related to nonlinearity, right? As we know, fallback nonlinearity occurs when the storage asset has very high or very low states of charge. Today, the current NGR formulation does not support more than one segment in each of these modes, meaning that it's basically assuming constant ramp rates across all of the charging and all of the discharging mode. So I want to underscore this because later on, when we talk about fallback nonlinearity, one of the options of the alternatives proposed by stakeholders and thought about previously would be to allow for more than one of the segments so as to capture that effect. So I want to underscore that this is kind of a current limitation of the NGR model by definition, that we are limited today to one segment for each mode. As you guys all know, NGRs can provide energy and AS, and the dispatch of an NGR providing AS must employ a form of stored energy management so as to manage the state of charge and ensure that there will be sufficient energy to satisfy the AS awards when called upon. And also, as you guys also are familiar with, NGRs can provide regulation from anywhere within the regulation range, since they have a continuous operating range from the maximum discharge to the maximum charge. So this is, let me confirm, this is the last slide on the background of the NGR pathway. I'll pause here to see if there's any comments or questions. I see one hand.
We do have Jonathan. Let's make sure, Jonathan, please introduce yourself and your affiliation. You'll be prompted to unmute yourself right now.
Can you just clarify a little bit more on what an NGR is versus like an ESR? Because it sounds like its definition sounds very much like any battery. So what's specifically different about an NGR versus a battery?
Oh, okay, so an NGR is a type of, it's a means of participation in the ISO's market, a participation pathway. An LESR is a type of fuel category. So let me give you an example. An NGR, an asset that is not a limited energy storage resource could be modeled like an NGR. For example, a hybrid resource that can charge from the grid as well. If you have a battery and a solar plant, they're operating as a hybrid, meaning they have only one resource ID and they can charge from the grid. That's an asset that could be modeled as an NGR. An NGR is a way of modeling the resource, of participating in the resource. LESR is about the fuel, and it's a subset of NGRs. It's the biggest subset of NGRs today, but it's not the only type of resource that can be modeled or participate under the NGR pathway.
Okay, and if a standalone battery would be considered what?
A standalone battery is a resource which fuel would be a limited energy storage resource, and its participation pathway is the NGR pathway.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for your question. Let me quickly see if there's someone else. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so let's keep going. Okay, so in the following slides, we're going to have a lot of formulas. So I wanted to share with you all a glossary of the different variables that you'll see related to those formulas. I don't think it's that worthwhile for me to talk over each one of these. So I'll just pause here briefly for 10, 15 seconds on each of the slides so you can familiarize yourself with the variables. But please, note as you move forward that I'll also talk over the formulas, kind of explaining what's going on. This might be helpful kind of when you look at this deck again over the weekend when you're bored. You can take it all in. So this is the first part of the glossary. This is the second part of the glossary. And maybe while I keep showing this, I just saw another hand from Raul. So maybe we can take that question while everyone kind of reads the glossary. Yeah.
Sure, I'll make sure to unmute Raul. Raul, just make sure you accept the unmute request.
With a yes, quick sound check, you can hear me?
It's very faint. Maybe if you could move closer to your mic.
Can you hear me now?
That is better, yeah.
Okay. I really appreciate Kaiso doing this effort. I can completely understand how challenging it is to put all the mathematical formulas. With just one recommendation, is it possible to include this in a BPM or some sort of a Word document? I think it's much easier to refer to this information in like a Word or a PDF than a presentation form. It's not necessary to add more work to what you've already done, but maybe in a long-term recommendation is, once you finalize, maybe add it to a BPM, and the reference to that would be much easier.
Yeah, thank you for that, Raul. I agree. I think that as I was putting all of these materials together, it was very clear that it might be valuable eventually to have something like the storage VPM. Right now, a lot of this information is kind of divided in the market ops and the market instruments VPM. The majority being in market ops, though. But that is something that we can think about for the future as well, since before these were probably a little bit more niche questions, but now they're becoming a bit more prevalent, and it might be useful for market participants and the public overall. So we'll take that feedback and think about how we can address it too. For now, hopefully, this slide deck becomes a little bit of that. So
yeah.
Hopefully that fills the gap for now.
Oh yeah, this is significant improvement. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'm not seeing other questions or hands, and I think I've shown the glossary for enough time now. So let's get going. And again, after each kind of little section, I'll pause to see if there's questions. So the ISO implements a series of constraints that are related to the AES awards and how they impact state of charge on storage resources. This is really to make sure that storage resources that are providing AES have sufficient state of charge, and to ensure that those awards can be delivered. When these constraints, how these constraints affect the storage assets is that it can result in schedules that include some charging in preparation for AES awards in the day ahead. And also in real time, there can be charging during some intervals where storage has AES awards. In addition, the storage resource may also be required to charge in advance of the hours with awards, so that there is sufficient state of charge to meet that ancillary service state of charge constraint. And I know that this already has several kind of keywords that we should unpack, and we will in the upcoming slides. Before we get into the AES constraints, like the AES state of charge constraint and the awards constraint, I think it would be valuable to spend a good amount of time looking at how the state of charge is governed today. So this is the day ahead stored energy management. These formulas are actually also relevant to the real time, as we'll talk about in a couple of slides. But I thought it would be easier to start with the day ahead first. Basically, here we have three different things going on. The first two formulas are looking at the state of charge of a given asset in a given hour, and noting that that state of charge should be equal to the state of charge of the same assets in the hour prior, minus the effects of charging and discharging energy, and the difference happening in the given time period. Importantly, this has that new factor, which is accounting for the inherent inefficiency of the assets or the round trip efficiency. The second line is also determining that the minimum, the lower end of the state of charge has to be lower or equal to the current state of charge, and the max has to be greater or equal. Now, this is important to note because, as I mentioned before, when you see SOC lower bar or SOC upper bar, those are really looking at the limitations of the asset, right? The how much physically can the asset store? So this is not just looking at, what would be the state of charge in a given interval. It's really looking at, given the characteristics of the assets, where should the state of charge fall? Well, it should fall in between its maximum stored energy and its minimum stored energy, right? It can't fall outside of those bounds. So that is why that is constrained. And that's what allows us also to make sure that if the first formula spits out a value that is, just equal to the minimum, that we know that it can go below that and vice versa. The third line is something that I think the majority of people on the call are familiar with, but it's basically looking not only at the impacts of energy, but it's also looking at the impacts of regulation through the attenuation factors. So the third line is saying that the state of charge, inclusive of the attenuation factors of a given resource in a given interval, should be equal to that same state of charge in the interval prior, minus the effects of energy and the effects of regulation times the attenuation factor. The attenuation factor is a multiplier that we use to be able to estimate the potential impacts of regulation awards on state of charge based on recent historical deployment of regulation. These values are public, they are calculated and they're posted, and that allows us to be transparent with the impact of the attenuation factor, and so that the ISO and market participants have the same understanding of kind of how we're modeling this. The last lines here, starting with 0 should be lesser than or equal to, etc. These are looking at the energy limits, the upper energy limit and the lower energy limit of the resource. And those are for the resources in the different conditions. That's what the U subscript I, T is trying to capture. Basically, whether the resource is in the charging or discharging mode. All of these constraints that are detailed here are enforced jointly and must be simultaneously feasible within any market solution. Now, on top of this, there is another constraint that is also enforced and must be simultaneously feasible, and that is the ancillary service state of charge constraint. We'll detail that in a couple of slides. As I mentioned before, the influence of regulation on the projected state of charge is modeled through those regulations awards and the multipliers that we're calling the attenuation factors, which are estimated quarterly and posted publicly. So this is really the, let's say, the foundational kind of state of charge constraints that are enforced. There are more, and they're enforced jointly on top of this, but these are the way that, let's say, the bread and butter of how we're dealing with state of charge and the different elements. Another thing that I wanted to note in this section quickly is that as you guys can see, there are other types of products, services that storage can provide that are not fully considered in this formula with the attenuation factors. And that is an issue that we'll get back to in when we talk about other topics later today. Let's see. I see one hand from Alva. So maybe this is a good point before we go into real time.
All right, Ella, I'm gonna request to unmute you.
I had a, this might be like, a petty remark or not, but I mean, in general, when we think about how the market is optimizing a battery, it would be with respect to um, the upper and lower charge limits, which are within the maximum and minimum that you've got there. So I think if you were trying to represent what the optimization was actually going to do, it would be necessary to somehow incorporate those as well as the master file max and min, because generally those are going to be the values that actually dictate how far the battery can go in terms of its state of charge. And then initially I was confused because I saw UEL and LEL, and then I realized those are just essentially a Pmax or Pmin. Would you see those as based on the bids or based in the way you're formulating those? Would you base that on the bids or on the actual?
Yeah, let me
Pmax,
clarify
Pmin?
that. Thank you for the question, Alba. That is actually a great point of clarification. So in these formulas, and I'll bring up the bigger version, the UEL with the little comma on top, I don't know how to say that in English. I'm sorry. It's pretty nice. That UEL apostrophe and LEL apostrophe, that is inclusive of D-rates or re-rates in general. So when the market is optimizing the battery, the upper and lower charge limits, that apostrophe there is telling you that it is using bits, that it is reflecting re-rates, D-rates. It's not just the same value as the master file value.
Yeah. Okay, good. And then on the charge limits, would you agree that those, in a complete presentation, you'd need to, I mean, the thing is, there is a difference between the bid in charge limits and the SOC max and SOC min, and perhaps the hardness of the constraint in the solution might be affected, but effectively you're trying to optimize in the same way, but with those more constrained values, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think
maybe you need apostrophes by those as well. I don't know, but that would be one approach. I see what you're saying there, though.
Yeah, I think that is kind of part of the art of writing this too, clearly in a mathematical way. But it is those min and max limits are taking into account potential D-rates as well. I think the difference we'll see in some other formulas are that they're looking at a value that is not necessarily the value of in that interval, but not here. And I'll also make sure to pause here to see if my colleague Juan Alvarez has anything to add. I don't want to overlook if you have something to chime in.
Yeah, hi Sergio, hi everybody. So yes, that is correct, Alva. The SOC upper bar and lower bar, they will be taking the most restrictive based on either the master file value or the bid value for the min max SOC, and also any D-rate. As you pointed out, the notation is not clear, but the software is taking into account all those inputs, master file, bid, and potential D-rates.
Great, and this flows over to when you look at things like the state of charge constraints. You're always in the market. You're always going to optimize with respect to what has been put in by the participant. It's not the master file value per se, but everything else that is going to drive whether you're hitting like an ASSOC constraint. So you as a bidder affect that by the upper charge limit you put in and the lower charge limit. Or am I wrong? I mean, I think the ASSOC constraints would also be with respect to those bid-in limits, because the market is not going to be able to take you outside of those limits.
Yeah, you're correct. That is correct. It applies also to the SOC constraints.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, let's move. Oh, is there another hand? Yeah, there's two more hands. Sorry.
Yes, Sergio. We do have two hands. Balu, please introduce yourself and your company name. We did get a few folks who we weren't able to capture their name. Let's go ahead, Ryan, unmute him. Thank you, or her.
From Southern California, Edison. Question I had is, so I see attenuation factor for reg up and reg down. So I'm assuming that it's basically assumed to be 0 attenuation for spin and non-spin. And in the future, when we get the imbalance reserve, is that also going to be 0? Or that's my question. Thank you.
So right now, I think for the purposes of in the future, let's hold off that because we'll have another session on the planned constraints. But I think Juan, you wanted to chime in. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is correct. The only attenuation factors that we have, or that are different to 0, is the attenuation up and down for regulation up and down. Those are the only ones that are in the constraint at the moment.
All right, it looks like we do have another hand raised from Don. Don, please accept the unmute request.
The previous caller, I pretty much asked my question, but just to confirm, in the current market, the only two sort of constraints, the first one on this page and the third one on this page, is how you can get the interaction to where the SOC can change between intervals because of an award. And then in the future, with the envelope equations might cover other stuff, but these are the only two currently that can actually impact the SOC that's used in a subsequent interval for awarding.
I think the way you're phrasing it is giving me a little bit of hesitation, but I would say yes. There are other constraints that the SOC impacts what can be awarded, but these are the constraints where the awards impact the SOC.
Right.
Do you have something to add on, Juan?
No, exactly what you mentioned, Sergio, because you can also be impacted due to the ASSOC constraints, because whatever awards we have on your ancillary services, you have to be able to sustain those for any amount of time, like half an hour, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. So those can also play a part in what your awards could be for energy and regulation. So it's all of them are co-optimized together.
Yeah, and to quickly add on to that, that's kind of what I was trying to convey with this first bullet here of these constraints are enforced and must be simultaneously feasible along with the ASSOC constraint, right? So these are kind of the foundation, the basis, but others could also impact both what you're awarded and how those awards determine whether the asset can provide, energy as opposed to they have to charge because they have an AS award later on, et cetera. Yeah.
Sergio, I do see Jonathan. Jonathan, please introduce yourself and your company name. We didn't hear it last time. You'll be unmuted right now by Ryan. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you. Jonathan Glasgow, Spearmint Energy. On your last comment, Sergio, I'm just curious, how far is it looking forward to say that you have an obligation and then it's forcing you to charge? for that?
So in the day ahead, yeah, in the day ahead, it's basically it's a whole day optimization, right? So
Right.
it's considering everything that you're going to do. In real time, it depends on whether you're in the 15 or 5-minute timeline, but generally you're looking at 12 intervals ahead, and those
Okay.
are of different size, different time, but that's kind of the
Is it
general
tw-
limitation.
12 15-minute intervals or 12 5-minute intervals?
Well, if in the 15 versus in the 5 minutes, it depends.
So it
So
depends on which market I offered into.
this will be each market run will be looking at the binding interval, the current interval, and then 12 ahead, both in 15 and 5 minutes. Yeah.
In both.
Mhm.
Was that a yes?
Okay.
In both?
Yeah, that was a yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. And then in the day ahead, let's say I've got, sorry if I'm getting in the weeds here, but I'm just trying to understand this. For a, if I'm selling some ancillary services, for earning like 15 or something like that, you're looking to make sure that I have the SOC to cover that. And if I don't, would you then in the day ahead force me to buy charge in the day ahead?
Yeah, the schedule might include the need to charge ahead of ancillary services, which that's what was intended to be conveyed here with, today we need to make sure that there will be enough energy, so that can result in schedules that include charging in the ahead in preparation for ancillary service awards, or charging in the real time during intervals where the resource has the awards, or in preparation for those awards later on in real time too.
Okay. And is there a way, if I wanted to do that, I feel like I could get better pricing in real time. I don't want to charge it, pay for a day ahead charge. Is there a way to do that? Or is it going to be like in the day ahead, I sold the ancillary services and you're seeing that I am going to be, not have enough SOC. So because it's day ahead, you have to be perfect day ahead, then you just go ahead and force me to charge using day ahead pricing.
So there's a requirement, as we'll talk about a little bit later, to charge or basically have bids in the opposite direction of some of the AS awards for a fraction of them. Today is 50% of that. So I guess, like in general, I'd say in the day ahead time frame, you're submitting bids for AS for energy, and everything is co-optimized at the same time, right? So you're not really you can't really decide in that sense of, well, I'll bid this way and then I'll see what schedule I get, and that will determine whether I provide energy or AS or not, because you've already submitted everything and it's co-optimized, right? But in real time, you would be constrained, you would be required to have bids, at least a proportion of them, so that can cover a fraction of your AS awards. Now, how you make it so that you have all of the energy, or if you make it to have all of the energy, has more to do with your bidding in real time rather than just the schedule that was created in day ahead. Because of that is that we have the constraint, right? That you must have bids in the opposite direction to cover at least half. Because what's happening before, what could happen before, is that people would have the awards, then they would bid in a manner that would not allow for that energy, not even a fraction of it, to be stored and be able to cover that award later on.
Okay. And is that requirement, even if I have sufficient SOC going into that hour, I still have to put in the opposite bid? Or is it only if I
That
don't have?
requirement, I think maybe that question might be better to address once we explain that requirement, because some of that will be covered there. But maybe we can hold off on that one for a couple of slides. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure. Okay, I'm not seeing other hands or questions in the chat, so I will keep going. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about now the real-time stored energy management. So the ancillary service awards are fixed in RTD, meaning that, you know, we procure, we have all the awards in the day-ahead time frame, and that way we're just trying to enforce the state of charge constraints in RTD so that the energy dispatch can, you know, sustain what is needed and what has been awarded until scheduled. So state of charge constraints, they're applied to both the binding and non-binding or advisory intervals in the 15-minute market and in real-time dispatch based on the master file parameters, so the physical characteristics of the asset, the lower and upper charge limit bits, which is what Alba was referring to before, and that is actually kind of capturing the bits from the scheduling coordinator, potential D rates, etc., and the end of hour state of charge bid limits. The end of hour state of charge biddable parameter is also a constraint. We will also explain it. It's the last slide in this section. So if this you know, creates some questions, let's hold on that because we'll explain it as well. So in real time, we are modeling the state of charge of resources during each interval. Now, for the binding interval, we're using telemetry values, right? So we know where the state of charge is at. That's how we calculate the initial value. But moving forward, you know, we're calculating this so as to enforce the constraints that I just mentioned in the non-binding intervals as well. So in the advisory intervals. So that means that these initial conditions that are coming from telemetry can be updated based on energy or regulation awards through the look-ahead period that is considered by the real-time market. So those like 12 advisory intervals that are ahead of the binding interval. And these are the formulas that are calculating the state of charge in real time for each interval. So again, in the binding interval, we're looking at the telemetry value, right? But we need to be able to assess where the asset will be later on based on its awards and what we're expecting, you know, the behavior of the asset will be. When the next advisory interval becomes the binding interval, like as time goes on, telemetry allows us to true up that value. But that does not stop the need for us to forecast that value moving forward so as to ensure that the constraints will be met by the asset. So just like in the day-ahead market, the state of charge equation that I showed before, and I'll show it again, this one, just as in the real-time market, just as in the day-ahead market, that equation is simultaneously enforced with the ancillary service impact and the ancillary service state of charge constraint. But in addition to that, the ancillary service awards are also constrained. So that means basically that we're not just looking at what the current asset and its awards and schedules already are impacting state of charge, but we're also making sure that, you know, any awards are still in line with the limits of the state of charge. And these limits are the upper and lower energy limits, right? When you see this ancillary service awards constraint formula, this formula, as you can tell, has a couple of one-halves here and there. Those are related to that tariff requirement that the asset must have at least half of the energy stored to meet its spin, non-spin, and regulation awards later on. So this is based on a tariff requirement, this one-half, and the way that it's kind of defined or written out as well is 30 minutes, no? So that's why when it's an hour, you know, you get 30 minutes. When the time frame is an hour, you get 30 minutes by the one-half, and so on. In the real-time dispatch, the SOC that remains at the end of the real-time dispatch time horizon, that is at the end of the advisory intervals, right? Not at the end of the binding interval, but at the end of the full horizon, is also constrained so as to meet self-schedules later on. And these variables that you see here are SSN is self-scheduled energy, SSRD, self-scheduled regulation down, SSRU, so self-scheduled regulation up, SSSR, self-scheduled spinning reserves, SSNR, self-scheduled non-spin reserve. And that RM over T factor is the remaining period moving forward, you know, what's left of the day, basically. I see a hand up, but I'll try to, oh, this is a good time to pause, actually. So let's pause here, and then we can talk about the additional constraints.
Okay, let's take Don from CISA. Go ahead, Don. You should be unmuted on your prompt.
Yep. Thanks, Sergio. Hey, I did want to say before I get into my question, I think it's really great trying to consolidate all of this into a single document. And well, the question I have is on the previous slide, are there no attenuation factors for regulation in the FMM and RTD? I think on the slide before this one.
Oh, yeah, I can go back. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Juan came on camera. Do you want to go ahead, Juan?
Yeah, yes, we do have the attenuation factors as well in real time. The equations are the same as the ones that we have in the.
Yeah, so basically these constraints that are shown here are kind of in addition and how the initial value and forecasted non-binding interval values are calculated. But these equations are still enforced and must be simultaneously feasible in their head and real time. So that is really why this is written in a way that the delta of the time is over the full hour, so that all of this can be, you know, equally applicable in different time intervals, like 15 or 5 minutes. Basically, real time does that we just shown in their head, plus this in consideration of self-schedules, end of hour state of charge, ASSOC, and before, when applicable, the minimum state of charge too, but that's not part of the market anymore. Yeah.
We do have Alva from PG&E. Let's go ahead.
Actually, this is somewhat echoing Don, and maybe it's just for you know, because this is really the foundation for everybody to have a, you know, true understanding of everything that can happen in the market. I had a question, but before that, on Don's point with the attenuation factors, I think you could clarify, or you should clarify at some point, what is really the calculation of the state of charge at the beginning of the binding interval in real time, because basically what you do is you take telemetry from a given point in time, and then you march it forward based on awards, possibly also based on on a regulation estimate. And there's also sometimes there's also sometimes an interval prior to the binding interval that would potentially be treated differently from the period between now and that interval. So it'd be good to really, map this out so that there's no ambiguity about how these factors are used, because sometimes, it can look like you're for a battery, they might not understand why they're hitting an ASSOC constraint, and it can be because of the way that this initial SOC is being estimated. The other question, and I'm not saying, I mean, these are not like, I just think you should ultimately fix these so that it's a complete description. Not that there's anything wrong with what you're doing here. I think this is fantastic. The other thing was when you talked about feasibility to self-schedules, I think you should be explicit about, I assume you're not meaning that you calculate some feasibility for the following 12 hours. It must be probably feasibility for the next hour or the next couple of hours that you would want to ensure in those end of horizon constraints. So maybe being explicit there also would really help people who are looking at these models and trying to understand why things happen sometimes that we don't expect. So, but it's really great to have this laid out in this way. So thank you, Sergio and Juan.
Yes, thank you, Alva. And something that I thought about doing, but we might, I'll try to do it for the next one too, is basically have a big example, one big example that touches upon everything so that we can kind of walk through it. I think that will be part of the goal too, so that we can, clarify any additional questions too. I saw Juan came on camera. Do you want to add something, Juan?
Yes, I can make a couple of comments about the questions that Alva has. So for the initial conditions that we calculate, they're calculated differently from the 5-minute market and the 15-minute market. In the case of the 5-minute market, what we grab to calculate the initial condition of the state of charge is the telemetered value of the megawatt value and the actual state of charge that are telemetered. And then, of course, then with that, we make an average of those and we come up with an initial state of charge. And this initial state of charge is the one that is going to serve for us as the initial point to calculate the state of charge that is affected by only the energy awards, and also is the same value that we use that is impacted for the state of charge with the attenuation factors. So it's kind of a way of what Sergio was commenting is a true up of what is the latest information that we have, and that initial point of the initial SOC is used for both for the state of charge that only has energy and the state of charge attenuation that takes into account energy and the attenuation factors. And in the case of the 15-minute market, what we use as an initial point is the state of charge calculated by market 10 minutes before the start of the RTP of the 5-minute market run. So the 15-minute market run is using an estimation calculated by market that came from the 5-minute market, and the 5-minute market is using the telemetered values both for the megawatt value and the state of charge that we receive. And then based on that, they need those its calculations for the binding interval and the subsequent intervals. So I'm gonna stop there. Alva, I don't know if you have any other questions about that point, the calculation of the initial SOC.
No, I think that, I mean, I'm gonna have to get a transcript of what you just said, because there's a lot of detail there, but it sounded like for the 15-minute market, it's sort of like what I was thinking, which is you've got telemetry and then you're using some market information, which you're saying is from the real-time market. to get to an initial state of charge for the 15-minute market. And then in the real-time market, you're just essentially doing more about like a forecast, essentially, of where the state of charge is going to be. So.
Right. Yeah, the 15-minute market, it's like you said, basically you could say it's more like a forecast because it's grabbing information from the 5-minute market.
Okay.
And then the 5-minute market is one that is actually looking or considering. So it's just something that I want to clarify. It's not the state of charge that we receive as telemetry. It still does some calculation for the initial
Right.
SOC that takes into account the state of charge and the megawatt value. And that's one that the 5-minute market uses as the initial SOC.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Juan.
Yeah. And
we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I would like to kind of write that down too and post that, include that in this posting, like update this slides also to include what Juan just described. I think that would be very valuable. So I'll work on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Sergio.
We do have Clinton. Ty, please be sure to introduce yourself after you're unmuted.
Really helpful and laid out like this. I'm Clinton from Southern California, Edison. I had a question here because I think in the past I've seen this kind of constraint in the real-time dispatch where you might have a battery at close to 0% SOC, and it's got to fulfill this minimum SOC constraint to fulfill, let's say, a regulation up award, and it causes battery to charge. The question is that working as designed where the battery is essentially taking megawatts from the grid so that it can give megawatts back to fulfill regulation? I mean, seems like it's fundamentally like trading 5-minute certainty for 4-second movements. Is that a challenge in the design, or is that kind of the intended purpose?
Yeah, I can take this one. So first off, I'd say that I believe what you're referring to is the ancillary service state of charge constraint. It's not the minimum state of charge constraint. The minimum state of charge constraint was a prior constraint that is no longer a part of the market. So I just wanted to kind of establish that difference. Part of why we also use the ASSOC constraint is essentially because it gives us certainty that awards that cannot be fully re-optimized in real time can be delivered, right? Because we procure all of the AS awards in day ahead, and that way the ASSOC constraint allows us to make sure that those assets will deliver and that they will show up when needed. But in real time, if that was not the case, there is no longer a re-optimization, right, of all of the AS. So the trade-off, in a way, is about not having to look in a suboptimal way for replacement of what has already been awarded. And we'll explain that ASSOC constraint. I think it's the next couple of slides as well. Is that helpful too, Clinton? Well, I don't think you're unmuted anymore. Like, hopefully that is helpful. Okay, the last kind of comment I see, it's on the chat, and it says, I'm hoping all these terms are defined. It may not be easy to remember the details later. Yeah, all of these terms are in the glossary at the top of this section, and also all of these terms are also defined in the market ops BPM, but hopefully this presentation is more friendly to review. Yeah. Okay, I will keep going to the next couple of topics. So first we have here I called this section additional constraints, not because they are less important, but because they're definitely kind of layered beyond that state of charge formula that we've shown prior. The ancillary service award constraint seeks to make sure that resources, storage assets providing AES in the positive direction are required to bid energy in the opposite direction, and vice versa, right? That when they're providing ancillary services in the negative direction, that they provide bids for discharging too. This is important because if there is no bid and the award needs to, be deployed, we actually need to get that energy. We'll need to have a value to be able to do that. So to enforce this requirement, Cyber will auto-populate the real-time bid if the scheduling coordinator fails to do so. And the formula that you have here, the first equation is ensuring that the negative charging capacity, excluding the capacity that has already been set aside for the purposes of the regulation of spin and non-spin, that it is greater than some fraction of the regulating services in the upward direction. The second equation is doing the same in the opposite direction. So the key wording for this slide is greater than some fraction of the regulating services. And that is that term MAS. So today, ancillary services awards are constrained to reserve this portion to achieve the SOC level, this portion of charging and discharging to achieve the SOC level needed to meet those awards. For the purposes of these equations, that value MAS is the ancillary service multiplier, and it's equal to 0.5. Why 0.5? The same way that we got to the 1/2 in the prior formulas, because the requirement in the tariff is that storage resources must be able to provide AES at least 30 minutes in real time after the issuance of the dispatch instruction. So this will allow us to meet at least half of that award when needed to be deployed or delivered. And in that sense, it's similar to the effect of that 1/2 prior. This multiplier, the MAS multiplier, it's defined by that tariff requirement, and these were all kind of adopted in the same modification. So that's what they derive. When you look at the tariff, if you're curious, this is a section that requires that. But on top of that, we also have this ASSOC constraint, where in the real-time market, when a storage resource will not have sufficient state of charge to meet its AS schedule, the CAISO will dispatch that resource to have sufficient SOC to meet that schedule, which is kind of the condition that the prior caller was asking about, of what if we're a little bit below, then we get an instruction to either charge or discharge to get to the SOC to meet that schedule. We enforce this requirement through this constraint called the ancillary service state of charge constraint. And this is, we can look at it in the day ahead, and we can also look at it in real time. So in the day ahead, this is the formulation. It is pretty straightforward. As you can tell, it's really looking at regulation, spin, and non-spin. It is, very importantly, it is not looking at FRP, right? And similarly here, in real time, we do have that constraint that is ensuring at least 30 minutes of state of charge when providing ancillary services. and 15-minute or 5-minute when providing flexible ramping product. Now, this in real time, it is capturing in the ASSOC the need for state of charge for the flexible ramping product, but it is the state of charge calculation itself is not ensuring that there is sufficient state of charge to meet the flexible ramping product. This is foreshadowing for our conversation that we'll have in the afternoon. But I want to make it clear, right? Here we are ensuring that the resource has the state of charge for a brief period of time to provide the FRP. But the FRP award in itself is not constrained by the looking forward by the expected SOC. What this results in is a condition, a situation where the assets might have sufficient state of charge to provide a fraction of spin, regulation, non-spin, even a fraction of FRP, but it is not constraining the FRP award and deployment based on the state of charge. This will be, again, further explained in the afternoon session, but I want to underscore this because it's an essential topic that we want to cover and seek resolution through this process. So what do these constraints do? In the real time, these constraints can result in charging or discharging awards to storage so that they are able to meet their AS obligations later on. And when these constraints bind and the storage resource is required to charge or discharge to meet that constraint, the resources are not eligible for VCR. This is a conversation that we had in the prior effort related to VCR, and basically, you know, the goal here is to make sure that an asset cannot purposefully put itself in a situation where it cannot meet the AS later on, then triggering this discharging or charging awards, and then you know, receiving VCR out of kind of creating those conditions. So that is why when this constraint is binding, resources are not eligible for VCR. Here, you know, I've also included, I know there's a hand now, but we only have a couple of slides left, so let's finish this section and then get more questions. When in this constraint in real-time contingency dispatch and in real-time disturbance dispatch, the market application will release state of charge to deliver spin and non-spin for 10 minutes, but it will continue to reserve state of charge to ensure the deliverability of spin and non-spin later on. In subsequent runs, the application may release all of the state of charge to deliver spin and non-spin. And in all of this RTCD or RTDD market runs, the application will reserve the state of charge for 30 minutes to support deliverability of reg up and down. This state of charge equation with the ancillary service impact and the ancillary service state of charge constraint are simultaneously enforced with the state of charge equation in both day ahead and real time. So just to recap, to make sure we're all on the same page, right? This is that state of charge equation in day ahead and real time. So this additional constraints, the ancillary service award constraint and the ancillary service state of charge constraint, they're all simultaneously enforced along with the first one, the state of charge equation in both markets. So this is, you know, key kind of to get to what Ala was saying before. It's good to have it all in one place to better understand where some of the constraints are coming from And as I mentioned prior, we'll strive to have like a full-fledged example in our next session so that we can walk through it in addition to talking about planned constraints, right? Because all of the presentation today has been focused on existing constraints. Okay, so this is the final one. Oh, sorry. This is the final one, and it is the end-of-hour state of charge biddable parameter. The end-of-hour state of charge bid parameter is optional. Resources can use it in real time only. It's a bid parameter to ensure that the NGR asset can get to a desired state of charge in real time ahead of a given hour. That's why it's called end of hour, right? The value is submitted as a range, basically saying, hey, by the end of this given hour, we'd like the asset to be between this lower state of charge and this upper state of charge limit. Remember in prior slides when we talked about upper and lower state of charge limits, Alba, others says, this is take into account the bids. This is one example, no, of like the bids of where you want to be at. So the market will then ensure that that it dispatches this resource so that the state of charge ends within that range at that given hour, while respecting master file minimum and maximum energy limits. Ancillary service awards, though, they will be protected above the end of our SOC bids. So there might be, that's why the range is important, right? Because there might be a situation where a point estimate cannot be met because ancillary service awards are protected, they are given higher priority. But a resource, in this case, may receive an economic energy dispatches to achieve that end of hour state of charge range that was submitted by its scheduling coordinator. In that circumstance, those on economic energy dispatches, they do not receive BCR either. And that is really because, the market is doing that to ensure meeting a constraint that was elected, that was optional and was elected by the scheduling coordinator so that the resource reaches a given state of charge. This is the last part of the existing constraints. There's a couple of things I want to say before we go to questions. The first one is, in a prior version of materials posted for this meeting last week, there were 2 additional slides talking about the minimum state of charge constraint. Those slides were included for, completeness, but we decided actually to remove them to avoid any miscommunication or misunderstanding, because that minimum state of charge constraint is no longer in the market. It was in the market up until the end of 2023, around that time. And it is still detailed in our VPMs. But I decided to remove that to avoid any confusion, right? So I want to underscore that. And the other element I want to underscore is, these are the existing constraints, right? But there are other planned constraints that are not fully described in the VPMs yet, and that are not part of the market optimization today. We will explore and detail those in our upcoming meeting. So today's efforts, we're focused on current constraints. So with that, I'll pause. I see there's 2 hands.
First, we do have Jonathan from SCE. Let's go ahead and take his.
Thank you, Jonathan from Spearmint Energy. 2 questions. One, for the end of hour SOC bid parameter, is that just a volume level, or is that also at a particular price?
It is a state of charge range that you'd like to get to. That's why there might be uneconomic dispatches to get the assets to that
So
list.
it's strictly just an SOC level. It's not like I would go here if it's this price or go here if it's this price. It's just I want to be at this level.
It's the former. In order
Okay.
to do the latter, that's kind of what we do with regular bids, right? The
Right.
key difference here is that the scheduling coordinator is kind of telling us, I care more about where I end up than how much it costs me to end up there. For the latter,
I mean,
yeah.
Understood, but you could also just put in a really high price bid to make sure that you get the charge, right? Instead of just, that's beside the point. It can be done economically or with bids. But my other question was about the bid requirement on your ancillary services. If, for example, I'm going into an hour and I have up service, whatever it may be, regulation, whatever it is, and I have the SOC to cover it. Let's say I'm at 95% SOC. I don't have the room to charge for that half hour at that 50% rate. Would I still be required to put in that bid? I mean, I have the SOC to cover the ancillary service obligation.
So you are at 95%. Could you repeat the part about you don't have
So if I have if I'm at a level of SOC where I can cover my ancillary service obligation prior to the hour, do I still need to put in the forced bid, the forced charge for an up service?
Okay, the requirement is to have a bid of energy in the opposite direction. It's not that you need to act on the, like, you need to put the bid. If not, it will be auto-populated. The fact that that might trigger dispatch or not is dependent on your SOC. So you need to put the bid, but if you have enough state of charge, that might not dispatch you in that direction, you know?
So I can put in a bid that's out of the money.
There must be a charging bid to support positive AS and vice versa. The question of whether that bid is used, let me finish, please. The question of whether that bid is used is determined by where the SOC is. If you have enough SOC to meet the award, then that might not be necessary later on. But we need to have a number of the bid because if we do need it, there was no bid number, right?
Correct. Okay. And is this bid, and maybe I'm just getting my terminology confused, but when you're saying bid, is this a price volume pair or is it just a volume?
Bids are all pairs of megawatts and value, a megawatt and price.
Okay. So I could put in a value, a volume and like a negative price so that because I'm at a very high SOC, so I don't get picked up, but I have the SOC behind it, so I should be fine. Correct.
You could do that. We're not we're not seeking to impose a price on you. You could submit a bid like that. The point that we need is we need a bid because that way we get a value from you. No, if not, we're going to auto-populate it. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Your line will be unmuted.
I had another question about the ancillary services as related to an EIM entity. So we're in the EIM, not in the CAISO market directly. So in the EIM, we don't bid in contingency reserves or regulating reserves, but we do submit as part of our base schedule SPIN and ABC. And I just wanted to clarify that hopefully the EIM won't be applying that 30-minute additional bid SOC requirement to when we submit a spin. So for instance, if we submit, we're going to hold 50 megawatts of spin on a battery, we would expect to be able to dispatch all the way down to 50 megawatts of SOC remaining and still be carrying that. Whereas it sounds like in the CAISO market, it would need to see 50 megawatts plus an additional 30 minutes of SOC to hold that that spin. Are you able to answer that for how that is applied in the EIM?
Yeah, I think I might call on my colleague Juan for this one, if possible. Although, you know, we can also definitely kind of do a further review too. Juan?
Right. So what you're mentioning, those thing about the ABC. So yeah, we wouldn't use that.
Well, not for the ABC, but for the spin.
So for the batteries, we do take into account in these constraints the ones that we are optimizing for the SOC. So the SOC for the ODIM, we use the energy SOC, if I remember correctly.
Okay, yeah. So the way it works now, we submit as part of the base schedule a spin amount, and that's not spin that's available to the CAISO. It's just saying we don't want the market to use that capacity. We're holding it aside for us. And I just want to make sure it's not bucketed in a way where the market treats that as requiring an extra 30 minutes of additional energy, the way it appears to inside the CAISO market, where that is a biddable product.
Right. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dustin, and thank you, Juan, for your help here. I see two questions in the chat. One is about not hearing anything. I believe I can hear everyone, and I believe that people can hear me. So I would ask probably Brenda or our event producer to contact Callie and tell her that it might be an issue on her end. For some reason, I can't message her. Okay, I see people are saying I hear fine, so that's great.
Okay.
The other question was all from Daniel. It says, on the attenuation factors, it will be helpful for market participants to see the actual numbers on a real-time basis to understand how they are deviating from the forecasts. Are there plans to make that data available? I don't believe that there are plans at this time to make that data available, but we'll, take that notion to think about it, and to the degree that this is, something your organization would like to comment on, we'll welcome your comments as well. And I don't see other hands, so we can move forward. We're a little bit ahead of time, actually. I thought that this would take up until 11:15, so that's good that we're 8 minutes ahead of time. We'll get going to talk about some of the outage and nonlinearity topics then, and then we can, make another pause for comments or questions on these topics. Brenda, you raised your hand. Do you want to?
Yeah, just for folks that are with us, we do have the attendee list providing that link in the chat. You'll be able to see everyone who's logged in. Closed captions available to see what the dialogue is happening. And I also added the market ops BPM here, just for those folks who want to further dive in to the glossary of items. And I do see Kathleen Cover, her hand just raised at this time.
Yeah, let's go to Kathleen, and then we can keep going.
Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. And I just wanted to follow up really quickly on the ask about the data around the attenuation factors. Vistra's comments that we submitted on the 8th, we did ask for data analysis on the attenuation factors. So I wanted to remind you, in case that slipped through, that we did ask for that. That's an issue that I have heard a few times raised, and so that's why we're asking the CAISO to look into it. What I have heard articulated more than once is that there is some concern the attenuation factors don't sync up very well to the actual regulation signals that are being issued, like the rate of deployment in operation. And so I really would like to underscore, I heard that asked kind of from someone else, but I wanted to underscore this one more time before you moved off of it. So, I have heard this a few times, which is why we're asking you to look into it as a potential problem statement.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kathleen. And I think that the analysis would be valuable. I apologize because I probably got confused with your question, Daniel, because it seemed like seeing the actual numbers on a real-time basis sounded to me as like a public constant update of exactly what's happening, as opposed to an analysis of the differences between what we've done and what we're seeing. I think the latter is definitely something that we can think about and use in this effort. So I appreciate that both Daniel and Kathleen. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sergio, we do have a question in the queue that may have been missed earlier from Harsh. I'm not sure of his company name, but he asked if that this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it. An actual history of regulation deployment at the system level is crucial data to understand the deviations between CAISO's posted attenuation factors relative to actual attenuation. Unfortunately, the ISO will not provide this data. And I think this is very much in line with what Kathleen was highlighting, which I think that sounds like an analysis we can think about and incorporate into our discussions in this effort. So yeah, I appreciate the comment as well, and we'll look into that to be included in future meetings. Okay, I think we don't have other questions at this time. So let's talk about this outage reporting and nonlinearity issues. I want to kind of frame a little bit this conversation, its goal. The prior section was very much focused on building a common understanding. This section, I think we want to kind of report, document what we've heard from some of the comments, and also document some of the different alternatives that we've heard, particularly regarding nonlinearity or foldback. I definitely want to underscore that this is not a conversation for us. This is not a conversation where the ISO is trying to, rank or decide on different alternatives of potential proposals. It's more so about making sure that we have the universe of issues represented here, and that we also have kind of the universe of some of the different solutions that people have brought up represented here. We're not trying to kind of pick one right now. More so, we're trying to document them, note some of the, impacts, relative trade-offs we might see, and make sure that we are documenting all the concerns and options that have been brought up. So if you have other concerns or other options that you're not seeing here, please let us know. And, you know, to the degree that you have some comments on the trade-offs or implications that the options and problems and might have, also let us know, but know that this is not like we're not trying here to eliminate options from consideration. They're running, right? We're just trying to enlist them. So let's get going. So a little bit of background, I think it's useful. There's different challenges related to storage outage management and reporting. This challenges, I think, relates to two key aspects. The first one is just operational characteristics that are unique to storage. And the second is limitations of the current outage management system, which was not developed with storage in mind. Storage, you know, as you all know, has grown exponentially in the last 5 years, and this is a system that has been developed and maintained for longer than that. So because of that, storage resources have faced some limitations and outage types that are not currently covered by OMS and that may be unique to these assets. And in addition to that, you know, relating to that operational characteristics I mentioned before, storage resources face nonlinearity impacts at high and low state of charge, an issue that is commonly known as fallback, and that can impact the responsiveness of the asset and its access to stored energy to some degree. So here, this first slide is trying to kind of capture the different challenges that stakeholders have noted related to OMS. OMS today does not automatically accept updates to existing forced outage cards. This is an issue that it basically creates additional administrative burden on scheduling coordinators and really also on the acceptance of existing forced outage cards, because it takes time and it makes it more burdensome in terms of labor and time as well. The second one is that OMS does not allow existing or new overlapping outage cards that can adjust availability, load max, max energy, and min energy values in a single card. We actually had several comments kind of mentioning different facets of this issue. I thought that was interesting because in some cases, you know, people viewed it as the issue is that I cannot update my availability when there is already an existing PMAX outage card or something like that. But really, this issue kind of manifests itself in different ways. The key thing being that we cannot have new overlapping outage cards where different values, these values, can be updated. We can have an outage card that affects the PMAX of a resource and then have a new one that updates that. That's okay. But we cannot have new overlapping cards that adjust all of these different values in a single card. And this is important for storage in particular because the effect of having, let's say, a PMAX derate it spills over to other values, right? It can potentially spill over to other values. So this also creates that burden and does not allow for an easy, clear communication of all of the facets, all of the characteristics that might be affected by a given outage. The third one here is that OMS does not allow non-null values in addition to null values for other cards. I would really like to hear more from this issue from stakeholders. The way that we've understood this too is basically in relation to ancillary services. So essentially today, storage resources basically can be like fully available or fully unavailable for AS, but they cannot submit a range of unavailability in between, right? So it's either null or full. We believe that this is what this issue is getting at. This wording is what the issue is getting at. But we definitely welcome, any additional information or correction here of the statement. And finally, the issue that OMS does not retain outage card values when existing outages are extended, which in a sense is very closely related to the second sub-bullet around existing and new overlapping cards, basically because the asset that already has an outage card, when the outage card is extended, it will not hold those values in addition to, because it's basically a new card that might not allow for that adjusting of all of the characteristics in a single card. I know we have another slide on this, but I know a couple of slides here, but I think it would be very valuable to stop for a moment and focus on OMS because I see Kathleen's hand is up. So let's pause here, go to Kathleen, and if others have thoughts on this, don't hesitate to raise your hand too.
Yeah, Kathleen from Vistra. Thanks, Sergio. And this, I'm also thinking this is potentially, taking some time off the schedule later. But can you just be a tad clearer when you were mentioning the AS? You're pointing to which of these sub-bullets? Just one of them or multiple of them? If I catch your thinking.
I was pointing towards the second to last one. The OMS does not allow non-null values in addition to null.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's an interesting question. I don't know that I've circled up in a while with my team on like that, the underlying reason for that specific ask. So I'll take that back. No, I just wanted to clarify that before you moved off of it. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that, Kathleen. Will be good to hear. Because I know that, there's a subset of storage companies and stakeholders that meet on this topic. So, we definitely will welcome your feedback or clarification there, or if there's others to add as well. I'm not seeing other hands right now, so I'll move forward to talk a little bit about the nonlinearity topics and keep it moving. So, as we mentioned before, when storage resources are at high or low state of charge, effectively their ramping rate in a way is more, it's flatter, it's less responsive. So this is referred to as fallback, and there's been different proposals to kind of address fallback or internalize it into the market model, or basically make it so that both the resources and the ISO can manage it a tad better. So this different means, there's different options here. Again, we're not kind of picking one or favoring one at this time immediately, but I did want to write them in a way, describe them in a way that goes a little bit from most readily available as an option to requiring more involvement as an option. Not necessarily from easiest to hardest, but from more readily available to requiring more discussion. So the first one that we saw out there in comments and in our prior conversations has been to use an outage card to represent fallback. Today, plant trouble is the one that's being used and some stakeholders have requested the ISO to authorize the use of another nature of work, and that is called the technical limitations not in market model. Stakeholders that have argued for this see it as an interim measure and advocate for the ISO to eventually move away from that and represent these challenges through resource-specific master file fields. Something to note here is that the decision, the potential decision to allow for this nature of work to be used to represent foldback would have resource adequacy implications. Because today, that nature of work is exempt from the resource adequacy availability incentive mechanism. So basically what I'm trying to convey here is that, you know, this might seem like an immediately available option, but it does have an interplay, an important interplay with RA in policy that is, you know, also currently being worked on RAIN. The ISO's position so far has been to use the plant trouble nature of work, which is not exempt from RAIN. So I wanted to underscore kind of that difference. The second option that has been suggested, and I already kind of alluded to it, is to include fallback into the resource characteristics through master file. There's also kind of two flavors of this, no? The easier version, which would be do the same for everyone and then kind of refine it later on, and the more complex resource-specific way of doing this. This, as we talked about before, would probably require some changes in our NGR description, since, as we mentioned in the constraints conversation, currently that ramp rate of the asset is limited to one kind of value per operation mode, no, one for charging and one for discharging, and this effectively would very likely require us to have like different rates in each of the modes. So the complication here, or the what we need to work on, would be both potentially looking at the tariff, definitely looking at the BPM, and also to the degree that it's general versus resource specific, evaluate kind of that trade-off. The third one is to extend the dynamic limit tool to storage resources so that they can manage nonlinearity. I see a question from Sean from CPA asking, what is the dynamic limit tool? So the dynamic limit tool is a tool that is available to hybrid resources to manage and communicate to the ISO effectively the potential viable range that they can operate in. We use it for hybrid resources because hybrid resources are a combination of assets that are all under the same resource ID, sharing that point of interconnection, no? And the dynamic limit tool is useful for the ISO because the ISO does not have a full visibility into how the scheduling coordinator is co-optimizing those assets that are under a single resource ID. Now, those limitations are not the same for storage, right? For storage, we do have the visibility, and there's no combination of assets that are being kind of co-optimized like in the case of hybrids. So, you know, generally, the application of something like the dynamic limit tool that has been thought of and designed for hybrids because of a known limitation on the visibility that the ISO has on those underlying resources. It's quite different than the need that we see here from standalone resources, standalone storage resources, right, where we do have that visibility and we understand the underlying assets. The final option in this slide is basically to allow scheduling coordinators to bid their state of charge as opposed to capacity. And this could be either by having a new product, or by, like PG&E described, or by having a new participation pathway where the bids are in terms of state of charge, as we've said before. Obviously, you know, as we've noted prior, since the ISO started talking about the potential of a new participation pathway, then named the Energy Storage Resource Pathway, this modification would solve not only this issue, but it would address other issues to have these assets kind of fully bid what they're actually selling, which is state of charge rather than the proxy. Now, the trade-off here that is important to underscore is that, you know, this is an issue, fallback is an issue that is known, is present, and that assets are already dealing with as we have an increasing penetration of storage. And this potential solution, you know, could imply some complexity and time to be discussed. So while it could, you know, definitely resolve this issue, it might not be as readily available as other options. And, you know, finally, kind of to wrap up this slide, it is also important to note that these options, all of the last three options that we have listed here, they're not without interplay with other rules that might be applicable to batteries, particularly the use of the dynamic limit tool and the use of biddable SOC. Any limitation that comes from those that may conflict with the RA obligation of an asset could result in RA penalties. So I want to underscore that because this is an issue that when you look at it compared to all the other topics, it might seem that it can be easier to resolve in isolation relative to, you know, VCR or default energy bids, but it does have a material interplay with resource adequacy that we'll have to also think about. I see a couple of hands up, so I'll pause here and then we can talk about the other topics related to outage. Yeah.
We can take Kathleen's hand. And she was, I'll make sure. Great, you should be able to hear me. Brenda, can you hear me now? Yes. Excellent. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. This is great, Sergio. I wanted to see if we could kind of pause here and hopefully have a discussion, and hopefully I'm glad to hear other stakeholders raise their hands as well, because I do think we should start unpacking this. It's a very interesting flag that you're making about the resource adequacy, and I think it merits the discussion at this point in time. And a couple reactions that I have are, I want to make sure that we are characterizing what fallback is correctly. When we talk about fallback, what we're talking about is a rate. And so the terms that technically, like I proposed and put forward for, if there were to be added new rate curves to master file, what those would be called would be a charge current rate and a discharge current rate. And while it's not the same thing as a ramp rate, it is conceptually the same in practice. a ramp rate on the thermal unit is its megawatt per minute that it can move along its operating range to provide a certain amount of energy out of that movement across the hour. So it may have a 100 megawatt Pmax, but if its ramp rate is incredibly slow, that ramp rate is more constraining than the Pmax limit to the amount of energy that the thermal unit can provide over the hour. Does that make sense to you? You're tracking me so far?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. For a storage unit, it doesn't have a ramp rate that's constraining. We're essentially infinite ramps. But it does have a charge current rate that kicks in at a certain SOC point, and it does have a discharge current rate. And all I think we've been asking is the CAISO to acknowledge that it's a different type of technology, but it does have a rate, that two different rates that kick in at different parts of the SOC, and so that should be modeled. The reason that I'm going through this exercise of comparing it to the ramp rate is because that's the right comparison in an RA space. So I do want to be clear that I personally do not believe, and strongly do not believe, that a reduction in Pmax or an uprate in Pmin should be something that is impacting how the CAISO views the resource adequacy and availability of storage related to the generic resource adequacy obligation. So system and local is what's under your generic RA, right? I am open to the CAISO coming forward, whether it's or it's in a different format, to say that you want to consider whether or not there are any impacts to the effective flexible capacity, because that at least is a non-discriminatory suggestion, right? I recognize the ramp rates are factor into the EFC of thermals, so I am open to that being put on the table, but it is not a generic RA, the same way that ramp rates do not impact the generic RA of any thermal. And so I just want to make sure we're being principled, and we're not even getting close to a discriminatory. So I wanted to make sure that we are on the same page, we're defining this correctly, and that we are being more specific about if there is an RA interplay, it is only with the EFC, and that is something that I think is a fair thing for CAISO to raise, and I'm willing to think about that harder and bring it back for the next meeting to have a more well thought out idea of whether or not EFC should be, whether or not fallback should be factored into that. But I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kathleen. And I would say, part of the intent of what we're trying to convey here too is about, it's not that we don't believe that we should use these technical limitations not in the market model nature of work. It's more so to be clear that, well, that one would be exempt from RAIN, and then we need to have this discussion, right, of whether that is viable or how to characterize it as well. So I appreciate your comment, and that's something that we can, as you mentioned, like unpack more in subsequent conversations as well. Yeah.
That's great. And I actually look at that as a benefit that it is exempt from RAIN, to be honest, because if you feel that there is, if you feel that there is a concern with the flexible side of the RAIN calculation and you want to bring that forward in the RA modeling and program design working group also, please do. I'm willing to consider it. But I think that making a card available for a known engineering characteristic like a rate that you just aren't modeling is the right thing to do. And one of the nice things about that card is it does actually have some accountability for you to address these issues. So maybe try to look at it as an advantage that you properly characterize something that's a known modeling error, and then you kind of do have some pressure to make sure that you got all your ducks in a row. I think it's an advantage because it holds everyone accountable on both sides. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we do have Alva. Let's take Alva from PG&E.
Good to
Alva, we
look at this. You can't hear me?
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me at all?
Oh, now we can. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sometimes I have some problems with this computer. So thank you, Brenda. Appreciate your letting me know. I was going to I think the point I would make comes close to Kathleen's, but it's in from a different kind of looking at this as possible approaches and what we're effectively admitting by taking one approach or another. So I don't consider it an error in the NGR model that it can't deal with foldback, because I think you'd have to have a different model in order to represent essentially a state-dependent ability to charge. It becomes or discharge. It becomes a ramp rate on the resource in those ranges because they're actually not. They're responding to dispatches at a different ramp rate from what they would normally have in the master file. I understand Kathleen saying that ramp rate's infinite, but actually there's a ramp rate that is used in dispatch, and it has to be a different ramp rate in those ranges. And the current model, as you've gone through an exhaustive description of it, it's just not suited for capturing that. So the choices seem to be you can tee up modifying the model, which is a very long-term thing, or you cannot modify the model and then figure out what you're going to do when the plant is in that kind of is moving into that range, or you're concerned about it moving into that range. And some of these solutions are essentially saying we don't want it to move into that range, and we're going to actually allow you just to say you can't move into that range. And that's as I'm understanding it now, looking at these solutions, I think the dynamic limit tool is basically a way of saying we can't respond as the hourly parameters would indicate, or as the OMS would currently indicate, and so we want you to restrict what we can do, and effectively you are constraining what CAISO can do with the resource, and therefore there is you're impairing the RA that you're providing. The other alternative way of thinking about it is that you're not able to provide this capacity in the market, but you can respond to an exceptional dispatch. And to me, that sort of leads me to think that first solution, which is the one that Kathleen was also describing, is the best, because you can essentially say, that you're not going to be able to move into a certain range in the market. There's a limitation that's going to keep you from going into that state of charge range, but there's an agreement between CAISO and the resource that is actually accessible in case of the need for an exceptional dispatch, and therefore it meets the needs that are being sought by qualifying for RA. So I think that between the idea of just saying the capacity is not available, or saying we're going to have to modify the market model, the intermediate case of saying we're not available in the market, but we are available for exceptional dispatches is a possible best solution to this problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Alva, for the overview and seeing it from a different perspective too, explaining it from a different perspective as well. We appreciate that. Let's go with Renee and Chris.
Hi, Renee Steichen from Rev Renewables, and I guess I'm gonna say side with, but I'm gonna go more with Kathleen on that. This definitely does not impact RA availability, system and local in particular. This is a physical power limitation. It is not a ramp rate, and so we feel strongly that this is just kind of a known physical constraint in the batteries, and not sure we agree with being able to follow exceptional dispatch if you're in these non-linearity portions of your charge or discharge either, depending on what the exceptional dispatch instruction would be, I guess. But and I'll just also add that we feel that this is very resource specific. And so the master file is the best way to deal with this. I know we're not talking about solutions specifically right now, but just throwing that out there for the stakeholders. Each resource is different in terms of their configuration, how, whether they're overbuilt to be able to fully do the 0 to 100% or some variation of that. And, doing this as a resource specific update to the master file, which we can already update throughout the day, can be the best way to do this and reflect our real-time capabilities of our resources. And that would be a much easier way to do this than outage cards. That just feels like a very clunky way to deal with this kind of known physical limitation. And then we'd be constantly putting in outage cards and taking them out, within a very short amount of time. And that seems like unnecessarily burdensome for the scheduling coordinators and the assets. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Renee. And, I think that in some of the comments that I saw this outage card idea, I also saw kind of that intention of let's just do that for now and then move towards the master file. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that, just for clarity. Yeah.
I guess since we can already do updates to the master file, I'm not sure why the hesitation of being able to doing that.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. And
yeah.
To the degree that you all have any thoughts on that, we will be more than happy to make some time for you to share with the group. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, moving on to Chris. Please accept the unmute request.
There again, can you hear me all right? Okay, thanks. Yeah, so good discussion so far. I just want to say first off, thanks for all that background earlier. It was really helpful and very responsive, I think, to our comments and others that were asking for some of this level setting. And I think from, what we heard in some of the comments, it was good to get some of that education for folks. A lot of technical stuff here, and I think everybody, getting closer to being on the same page. So I do want to give CAISO credit for that. Thank you, Sergio, and everyone that worked on that. Moving into this discussion, I do think, I would like to chime in here and note that this discussion about RA and what, Kathleen, Renee, and Alva all commented on, I want to try to also, weigh in here. I do think that there's some validity to what Elvis said about, how basically it's restricting, the market is, being restricted from accessing that part of the resource, which can potentially, have some reliability implications and price outcome implications. If you're only really available for ED, I think that that is an issue to discuss further. I think our position on this would be that should really be considered something like potentially a limitation that's being caused by market outcomes themselves, and not necessarily something that's in control of the resource through the bids, and the capacity is available to the market. And I liken it to something, I'm trying to maybe bring in another analogy here. Like I think Kathleen was trying to bring in some analogies about the ramp rates. I think let's think about this maybe even in a different way. Like imagine how the market accesses an MSG resource, right? And sometimes there's timeframes and market solutions that actually push an MSG unit into one of those restricted ranges, and it can't actually access parts of those ranges that are resource adequacy capacity, but don't necessarily be available to them to be dispatched until there's certain price outcomes and some of these things that I think are similar to this outcome that happens where the market is using bids and actually pushing the resources SOC into certain ranges that then all of a sudden and output levels that then all of a sudden make it less accessible. And so, in that sense, I think it's a good analogy to at least think about how, this really shouldn't be something that impacts a RAIM availability. The bids are in there, we're available. The market is just using us in a certain way that doesn't necessarily, result in the best outcome in that sense, because it's not being reflected through the modeling appropriately. So I think, either changing the modeling or perhaps doing some of these things like what Kathleen has mentioned and Vistra has mentioned would be a good solution, or perhaps what Renee's mentioning with the modeling. So there's a lot of solutions here I think that we're getting at, but I just wanted to advocate for treating this as something that really shouldn't be impacting RA necessarily. And I do think that it's important to mention that and just say if there is a RA rule behind this that needs to be impacted, it should be done, I think, on more of the accreditation side and the consideration of what the real reliability contribution actually is here, that these resources are providing, and not through this RAIN impact that's currently under. So just a few other thoughts to add there. Thanks for hearing me out. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate the comment. And I also think that is something for us to kind of talk internally with the RA team of, if we use something that is RAIM exempt, some nature of work that is RAIM exempt to kind of represent this, should that outage still feed into potentially a UCAP calculation then? So that way, that gets captured, as you mentioned, in the accreditation or something like that. That will be something for us to work through internally too. So I appreciate the comment as we think through these issues. So Jonathan, Callie, Kathleen, and I really exhort you all to keep it a little bit succinct so that we can stay on schedule. Thank you.
All right, moving on to Jonathan. Please accept the request on mute.
Jonathan Glasgow with Spearmint Energy. Just wanted to agree with Renee that I think that if we're thinking a solution through OMS, it's going to be very burdensome, since a lot of times with these type of assets, you're sort of you can be in it and then out of it really quick, depending on what your battery is doing. So I'm hesitant to have it as an OMS solution. I do like how Kathleen is likening it to a ramp rate, but I feel like it's not necessarily, it's like a pseudo ramp rate, because we're still able to technically like move, you know, from top to bottom. It's more like our flow rate, which I think is what she's also sort of getting at, in that it's like at a certain SOC, our flow rate just goes down. Whether that be it, you know, on the high end or the low end, it's just it's the nature of the resource that as it gets close to the top and the bottom, you just can't fill it up as much. You have to slow down that fill up or the draining of it. So I think, you know, if there's an ability to maybe have multiple, you know, I know I looked ahead on the presentation, and there's a thing where you can only put like one like sort of ramp rate for the asset. But if you want to go with a ramp rate type of paradigm, then maybe if we can make it to have it like 2 or 3 or 4 ramp rates based on where you are along that SOC curve, then I think that might be an alternative solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right, moving on to the last one. Kaylee Wells, please accept the unmute request.
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. I will keep this brief. I don't think this is necessarily an RA availability issue for all the reasons Kathleen and Chris went through, so I'm not going to reiterate all that stuff. I think at the end of the day, the ideal solution, just as like my initial reaction here, would be to have like a resource-specific modeling of this in the actual market through master file likely. Recognizing that takes some time, maybe we can consider a path where we do look at these outage cards, you know, potentially RAIN exempt as an interim solution until we can actually get that modeling into the market. Because at the end of the day, I think we want a robust solution in the market. And given that this is an urgent issue, something that's known, Sergio, you mentioned at the beginning of this presentation that, you know, there might be some things we can do without tariff changes. So I do wonder if that interim solution is one of those. Doesn't need tariff change, maybe just BPM, recognizing it's interim until we can get that, the robust and durable solution in the actual market modeling of these resources. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for the kind of creative problem solving on the fly. I think that is something that we want to consider as well. No, like what are kind of the options that we might have to address this sort of urgent issues that put us on the path that we want to be, and allow us to react quicker than we have been to some known concerns. I think this conversation has been great. You know, I really want to encourage folks that have more ideas or more to say on this to reach out to us, reach out to your colleagues, and think about maybe, you know, speaking at one of these meetings, sharing your ideas and thoughts so that we can keep evolving the thinking here. So I have one final slide on outage management from other comments, and then we'll have our lunch break. So I want to note that in their comments, Vistra commented that the ISO should revise its outage management VPM to clarify that outage reporting for all capability attributes are required. This is the language they've shared. I want to underscore this because of prior discussions that have been had in other venues around the kind of current tariff requirements for outage reporting for non-generator resources. And this is alluded to in Vistra's comments as well. So we do not believe that the current tariff is overlooks or does not properly state the outage reporting requirements for storage resources, for non-generator resources. And, you know, we believe that in Bistra's comments, they kind of alluded to that position and state, well, if that is legal, the ISO's legal position, at minimum, we should kind of include a little bit more of clarification on the outage management BPM. This is something that, you know, we want to share here and want to consider as well. Sharing the language not as, and this is what we'll write, but more, this is what was submitted. But I want you all to be aware of this concern, since as we move forward, if there are modifications to the outage management BPM or anything like that, this will very likely be part of the language that we're thinking about, in addition to any other modifications that might be needed. So I'll pause here. I saw Kathleen just raise her hand, so let's pause here, hear from her, and if there's any other comments, and if not, we can go into the break. Kathleen?
Great, and I'll be brief. Kathleen from Vistra, thank you, Sergio, for summarizing what we had asked, and I think the way that you did it, I appreciate the collegial tone as well. So I wanted to match that and just clarify very briefly that our comments are coming not from a place of trying to point, you know, say what legal has or hasn't said, and I definitely invite and encourage your team to expand on your views of what is in the tariff, what's in the BPM. But our comments are coming purely from the perspective of we think it's really important that the CAISO has the best information available so that you have an accurate visibility into the fleet. We think that data needs to be consistent in order for grid ops to be more reliable and to be better able to prepare for its operations. And so we just genuinely think that consistent outage reporting rules are really important. And so we appreciate you considering adding clarity wherever you can. So I just wanted to add that extra context. This is definitely coming from we're a team and we're all a team perspective. So wanted to make sure we were kind of matching the tone and just clarifying. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. We really appreciate that, and you know, we'll see that moving forward. Okay, I don't see any other questions at this time. Oh, I just realized we did overlook one question from CPA around more specificity on the dynamic limit tool. So we can kind of start with that right after lunch, if that's viable. And for now, you know, we'll come back at 1, just as Brenda just put on the chat, and enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's get back to it. Before I start with this topic, I just wanted to provide a little bit of extra information for the question we received before from Sean Hernandez from CPA. He asked, can you explain more about the dynamic limit tool, what it does, in addition to its intention/purpose? So the dynamic limit tool that I mentioned before, that is in use for hybrid resources, it was developed, you know, to address the timing risk between bit submission and dispatch. So basically, with the dynamic limit tool, the resource is able to communicate its upper dynamic limit that may be affected by different circumstances that occur between bit submission and dispatch. For example, in the case of a hybrid resource, variations around the availability of energy from, let's say, the VER, for example. So the way that the tool works is that it limits the economic dispatch of a hybrid resource in the real-time market And these tools determine the value of the limits that are submitted by the hybrid resource through its scheduling coordinator to ensure that the resource schedules are feasible based on potential state of charge conditions, on the availability of renewable energy, and the internal storage charging schedules. This last part is particularly important because, as I mentioned when talking about the dynamic limit tool earlier, the ISO does not have full visibility into how the elements of the resources that comprise the hybrid asset are being co-optimized. That's something that it's done, let's say, by the SE behind. We can see that. So through the dynamic limit tool, they're able to submit upper and lower economic limits for each 5-minute interval. That is updated, every 5 minutes, and it allows the resource to note what are kind of the expectations of renewable availability, internal storage charging conditions, et cetera, and its potential impact on SOC. So hopefully that gives a little bit more clarity. For more information, I'd suggest taking a look at our hybrid resources initiatives as well, or reach out to us too, and we can help with that as well. So with that being covered, let's go into the next topic that we have for today. We have 2 more topics that I'll present on during this afternoon, and then I'll pass it on to Kathleen from Vistra, who will cover some additional topics from the presentation regarding outage management, SOC management. So we might not, end at 4, possibly, but let's use the time kind of productively and make sure if you have any questions, comments, to let us know. This section is an overview of the storage default energy bid. Just as we did with the prior topics, we'd like to use this section, a little bit as an overview of the state of affairs today. Use it a bit, educationally, informationally, but also to enlist some of the different, to enumerate some of the different potential improvements or modifications that have been floated in prior efforts and in comments as well. So to the degree that there's any questions, I'll try to address them right after I provide the overview of the dev, and then we can talk about the different options that have been floated around to improve the dev, and we'll have another opportunity for comments or questions there. So the ISO developed a default energy bid for hybrid resources, for storage resources. This was developed as part of the ESDER initiatives a while back. I believe it was ESDER 3 or 4. The storage dev is now one of the different dev options that are out there, and eligible storage resources can rank this dev as their primary dev methodology. This would require, or it doesn't require, but it would ask to register variable storage operations costs from the resource if no value of if no non-zero value for variable storage operation cost is submitted, then the ISO will assume the default, which is a $0 per megawatt hour value. Importantly, today, the storage default energy bid it cannot be utilized by storage resources that are part of the EIM only, because this calculation relies on day-ahead LMPs, which are not calculated for WEIM participating resources. So For those resources, the most prevalent kind of dev used is a negotiated dev. And really this speaks, as we'll talk about a little bit later, to some of the challenges that this design poses and its reliance on the LMPs. So this is here providing an overview of the depth calculation and its components. There are three main components for the depth calculation, the storage depth: the energy costs, the variable storage operation costs, which I already mentioned that should be submitted as a non-zero value. If not, we will just assume zero, and the price-based opportunity cost. With all of those combined, you get this formula, how it's calculated, where we're looking at the maximum of either the maximum of the energy cost, considering the charging duration and its efficiency, or zero, plus that variable storage operations cost, or the price-based opportunity cost at a given energy discharge duration times that multiplier, which is set at 110% or 1.1. The next slides describe each of these elements in a bit more detail. So let's start with the energy cost. This component is trying to estimate the average cost of energy needed to charge the storage resource. And it has a couple of important assumptions. The first one is that the energy is purchased by the resource through the ISO markets. This is important because, compared to conventional assets, the fuel cost and risk is completely endogenous to the electric market, right? So we're looking at ISO markets at that electricity as the reference for what would be the energy cost. In addition, this calculation also assumes that the storage resource is performing a cycle a day, and that to perform that, it will try to charge during the least expensive continuous block of time during the day. I want to underscore that that is an assumption. Today, the market can and does dispatch resources in excess of a cycle, and it can also and does charge resources not just over one continuous block of time, right? What is intended here is to get a proxy of the cost that is compatible and makes sense with what we're seeing out of the day-ahead optimization that does, the optimization of their resource across the whole 24 hours. In this energy cost, we are also including round-trip efficiency adjustments, and that is kind of the part of the calculation that is reflecting that round-trip efficiency adjustment. In the day-ahead time frame, the energy cost component is sourced from the day-ahead LMPs from the market power mitigation run at the relevant node for that same trading day. In the real time, the dev sources this information from the day-ahead LMPs from the IFM run at the relevant node for that same trading day. We also have this other variables that we've underscored in the first slide that shows the calculation. The round-trip efficiency is the static value that is registered in the master file. And in the master file, this is the parameter dubbed energy efficiency. The energy charging duration is the adjusted duration used for the calculation of the energy cost. And the energy discharging duration is the adjusted duration that is used in the calculation of the price-based opportunity cost. These are, generally, the vast majority of the storage we have is 4-hour storage. So basically, when we're looking at the energy cost, we're looking at the lowest price continuous 4-hour period. And for the energy, for the price-based opportunity cost, we use the duration to determine the nth hour that we'll be looking at. And I'll explain that in the next slide. First off, the variable storage operation cost, this is the one that, would need to be submitted by the resource when using this DEB. It represents the costs associated with the operation of the resource. For storage particularly, this generally is kind of focused on the cycling and degradation costs. Cycling and degradation costs are complex to estimate. They're largely dependent on how frequent discharge and how deep the discharge is. So different ways of operating the asset might, imply different cycling and degradation costs. But generally, if we're asking for that from the asset, if none is submitted, we'll assume 0, and this is a value that is registered in the master file. Now, here, when we talk about the price-based opportunity cost, this is probably, and the multiplier, this is probably the area where we've had significant kind of feedback around how this could be further enhanced. Today, the price-based opportunity cost estimates the market opportunity cost that the storage will face when determining whether to discharge its energy now or later. In the real time, this calculation, the DEB calculation, will look at the highest day-ahead LMP corresponding to the discharge duration of the resource. That's what I meant with the nth highest hour. So if you have a 4-hour asset, we're going to look at the 4th highest day-ahead LMP. If you have a 5-hour asset, we'll look at the 5th, and so on. In the day-ahead DEB calculation, we're essentially doing the same, but just like with the energy cost, we're using the prices from the market power mitigation process. This is, quite important to think about. Some of the feedback that we've seen, that we've heard from different stakeholders, the MSC, DMM as well, has been that the current formulation may understate some of the opportunity costs at some point and also overstate them later in the day. So let's imagine that you have a situation where the 4th highest priced hour, and it's just an example, right? It's 5 p.m. So it's likely that in the hours coming up to 5 p.m., that opportunity cost is, generally in an adequate kind of level. But at 5 and a little bit later, maybe the value is a little bit too low, since the next priced hours are higher and you already probably have less energy in the tank. But then even later on, like at 10, 11 p.m., the value should probably be lower than the 4th highest hour, since now the opportunity cost is lower as the prices coming up later on are not as high. So this is an area where I think we've seen feedback in different ways as to how to enhance it. And I want to underscore that, for the benefit of everyone to be kind of on the same page. The DEB multiplier is something that we apply to cover the variability between the calculation of the storage DEB and the resource's actual marginal costs. This basically gives us some form of margin between what we have calculated and what the potential quote-unquote real or actual marginal costs of the asset are. Right now, the DEB multiplier is set to 1.1 or 110%. So with all this in mind, I wanted to note some of the kind of challenges that we've heard from the storage DEB. Well, the first one has to do with that reliance on the day-ahead LMPs. This creates some challenges with an expanding footprint. In the MSC opinion, relative to the storage DCR topic that we worked on at the end of last year, some of the recommendations from the MSC were to work in a manner that would allow for this storage depth to be used by WEIM resources as well, maybe using some other proxy to the day-ahead LMP, like a relevant pricing hub, something like that. This reliance also may overlook the changing conditions in real time relative to day-ahead, which could have the effect of eroding some state-of-charge management efforts. This is particularly important because, you know, in day-ahead, we're doing a full day optimization of the resources. So we have a good idea of when they should be charging, when they should be discharging. But in real time, different, you know, changing conditions might affect the pricing and therefore, well, the availability of resources in general, therefore affecting pricing and potentially, you know, modifying the opportunity costs that these assets would perceive. So this creates some form of challenge. You know? The second one, very much related, is that potential to over or underestimate opportunity costs. Since these are based on specific blocks of hour, but the DEV is the same value throughout the whole relevant trade date, this cost might be over or understated in any given hour. I think that is pretty self-explanatory, also based on what we've seen in the prior slides, but I could, you know, detail it a bit more if there's any questions. And finally, a challenge that is not, you know, I think few stakeholders have underscored this so far, but it's definitely something that we are starting to think more about, is the applicability of a paradigm like this for long duration energy storage. Particularly given that one cycle a day assumption, that might be something that we need to think a little bit more about as the storage fleet evolves and some requirements and interest in new technologies continues to grow. So there's been different potential changes that have been previously suggested to the storage dev. Just as in our conversation regarding the OMS and nonlinearity topics, we are kind of enumerating these options here for the sake of reporting them, documenting them, of completeness. We're not trying to favor or pick one right now, but I did want to kind of order them in a way, again, that goes from perhaps the least involved to the most involved kind of change of tweak what we have versus build something new kind of continuum. So the first bullet would be let's leverage the DEV multiplier to address some of the challenges related to the differences between day-ahead and real-time prices. Today we have this 1.1 or 110% DEV multiplier. This has remained static since the development of the DEV, and we know that there's, you know, the potential for these differences between day-ahead and real-time. So a viable thing for consideration, viable modification for consideration would be perform some analysis to understand kind of the average difference or the upper decile of differences, and consider a modification to the DEV multiplier to that effect. This would, importantly, retain you have a single DEV for the whole day. So that potential to over or understate the DEV in different hours would remain with this difference. The second, with this modification, no? The second bullet here is looking more so at modifying the price-based opportunity cost so that we're not focusing on the nth or highest hour, but perhaps on the peak price itself. This also, you know, has the potential, again, to retain that over or understating of opportunity costs across the day, but it would alleviate some of the concern, particularly in that peak period, right, between like the fourth and the first highest hour. Because between the fourth and the first highest hour, based on LMPs, on the day-ahead LMPs, we are potentially actually understating the remaining opportunity cost. So this is an option, again, that does not move us towards an hourly calculation. It merely modifies the cost, the price-based opportunity cost proxy. The third one enlisted here is a recommendation that we've heard from stakeholders, including the Department of Market Monitoring, which would be to have an hourly DEB calculation that can actually vary through the day and that basically seeks to continuously update the energy cost and price-based opportunity cost hour blocks. So this would probably mean, we're looking at the state of at the resource in day ahead. We get a good sense of what it would mean, for day ahead. But then in real time, we would need some form of consideration of where the state of charge is at, what are the opportunity, the energy costs based on the future blocks, the future, intervals. When would the resource prefer to charge? That would update the energy costs. Similarly, looking at forward-looking, looking at the price-based opportunity costs to also have basically a DEB that varies throughout the day. We've heard from NEOM, significant interest in this from other market participants or stakeholders as well. I did want to note, nevertheless, that the MSC has expressed some hesitation around having an hourly DEB calculation that varies throughout the day. My understanding of their hesitation really comes from the fact that it would create another kind of price arbitraging opportunity, right? It would make it so that the appeal or of being mitigated could vary throughout the day, creating this price inequities that could be leveraged through bidding to use that DEB and arbitrage with it. I also think, as I mentioned before, that when you look at these options, this is definitely the most involved in terms of modifying or changing the approach we have to date. In addition, this last bullet point I wanted to include, this is something that has been brought up in the context of this initiative since the first meeting in December, but I don't believe it was brought up before. I might be mistaken, but some stakeholders have suggested the consideration of an alternative methodology altogether that is perhaps more related to the hydro default energy bid that considers the short-term opportunity pricing at the asset's local hub. This kind of modification would represent, a significant departure from what has been developed for the storage DEB. I want to bring it up because I think that some of the issues or concerns that it can address are fairly related to assets that are that can be mitigated given their location as well. That they might face more local market power mitigation than other assets, and that way, from the perspective of the stakeholders that have raised this option, capturing the short-term opportunity pricing at that local hub is able to represent as well the value, let's say, the relative trade-off of meeting load in that location too. This is kind of the background on DEBs. As I mentioned, all of this was kind of intended to have the same level understanding of the matter and enumerate some of the different changes that have been put forth. I'll pause here to see if there's any questions or comments, particularly if folks have, other thoughts, other suggested potential changes that are not captured here, or if there's any questions around the DEV formulation in itself.
We do have David. Let's wait for you to get unmuted, and please introduce yourself and your organization.
David, please accept the unmute request, please.
Watt Storage Farms, what percentage of the storage currently uses the default DEB?
Sorry, David, I think we missed the first part of your comment. Could you reintroduce yourself just quickly? Thank you.
Sure, it's David McMillan with Megawatt Storage. And the initial question is, what percentage of the storage currently uses the default DEB?
Well, by default, you mean the storage DEV?
Yeah.
The one developed for them? Yeah,
as opposed to putting it into a scheduling coordinator. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I can look it up because it was part of materials that we prepared for the last initiative. So I'll follow up with you. I can tell you that there is a non-trivial share of storage resources that are using the cost-based default energy bid, which is not the storage default energy bid. And that cost-based default energy bid does result in, materially different values. But my understanding is that the majority of the storage is using the storage default energy bid. The way that scheduling coordinators pick this, basically they rank the different options. So they would need to make sure that the storage DEB is their number one option. And I definitely have that figure, but I'll have to dig it up and share it. Yeah.
Okay, and can you clarify that a scheduling coordinator can set their own separate number for the DEB to be used for the resource?
So there's another process called the negotiated DEB. If the scheduling coordinator, the asset does not want the storage DEB to be their top one, they would need to submit a request for a negotiated DEB. That basically goes through the MM, the ISO. There's some form of analysis, negotiation, and then there would need to be a filing for that. So it's not as simple as just submitting their number, but they can come up with a different number to be used through that process.
Okay, and the nth hour process, if I understand that correctly, wouldn't that give different DEBs for 2 hour, 4 hour, and 6 hour storage?
Yes, that would give a different value for different durations. The point of that is we want to assess the cost-based opportunity cost. And I'll go back to that slide. Yeah, we want to assess that based on what we expect the asset can contribute, can dispatch later on, right? So we take essentially the lower end of the highest priced hours that they can cover with their duration. So the fourth highest hour, if you're 4 hour, second highest hour, if you're 2 hour, and that will determine the price-based opportunity costs. So duration is an important factor there.
Okay, and that is used by the day-ahead dispatch to decide who to dispatch, right?
Well, when you say that, you mean the DEB, or do you mean the LMQs? Well, the DEB is used in the cases that there is the need for mitigation based on the market power mitigation run. So we are optimizing the resource across the whole day in the day ahead for the bids for all the different different products that it can provide. If in the market power mitigation run, there is, the potential, the need for mitigation, then we use the DEB, and that will determine kind of what the asset is cleared for. But it's not that the DEB itself, like in isolation, determines when you're charging and when you're discharging for the whole day. It's when there's mitigation, we use the DEB.
All right, great. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure, thank you. I think we have Alva next.
So, Sergio, just a point when you had the different options listed, I think I'm not a huge fan of the idea of the dynamically varying DEB, but some people are, and I just wanted to raise the issue there that it really should be something that, the example you gave was a good one because it shows the hazards of just using that mechanically within the day. Certainly, the opportunity cost might look to be zero by definition at the final hour of every day, unless you think about the opportunity cost for the value of energy at least in the morning peak of the following day. And I think if storage is being used over the morning peak as well as the evening peak, then you would really need to consider that as well in that process. There's one more complication with that approach, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that, Alva. I agree. I think it's good. It's a good idea in general, but it doesn't come without its challenges. Yeah.
Yeah, particularly essentially using stale data and modifying the importance of different stale numbers that are coming from essentially not valid market results. I think it's definitely, as the MSC was characterizing it, subject to some arbitrage.
Definitely agreed. Yeah, thank you. I don't see other attendees' hands or questions in the chat, but I just saw that Kathleen has her hand up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Kathleen from District. Oh, great. Thank you, Sergio. I just stepped away, so if Alva said this, apologies, but I didn't hear one of the issues that, I was working on trying to tee up last month at the meeting. You can recap that when you're going through some of the elements that we'd want to look at for the different options for the DEB. So I just wanted to raise it again and make sure it was still kind of in the thought exercise as well. And that's the problem statement that honestly we're seeing as probably the most challenging, or one of the more challenging, is that the charging bids, so the bids associated with the operating range that has to do with the negative, right, 0 to negative, are being mitigated down such that our actual willingness to charge is being misrepresented in the market under mitigation scenarios. And that leads to the inability to potentially charge in order to have the state of charge that you need to meet your later hour needs. And that is a huge operational challenge that I think the DEB's introduced. So any of the alternatives, I'm hoping that we're looking at all of them to identify which option mitigates the impacts on the charge side.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Kathleen. I agree, and I apologize for the omission here because it is an important issue. I want you to know too that we're going to be, so in the prior BCR initiative we had, we talked a little bit about the frequency of mitigation, right? Mm-hmm. But that analysis didn't discern fully between the frequency of discharge bid mitigation and charging bid mitigation. So we're also looking into that to inform that discussion. And yes, I definitely agree that concern of charging bid mitigation and how to work through it needs to be part of the lens which we analyze all of these options. So thank you.
Yeah, that's great. The second thing that I'd like to ask you to provide more education on at a future meeting, which may have already been given at some point, so it might be just brushing off some old slides, but is that I hear confusion or when I say confusion, I mean I hear differing opinions or viewpoints on whether or not the CAISO market is using the actual bids associated with that operating range for storage versus using the spread between the discharge and the charge bids. And I think that's important for us to get crystal clear on as we're talking about, honestly, both DEB and BCR, but as we're talking about the DEBs, because if the CAISO's technical team comes back and says through a future meeting that the market is only looking at the spread, then that's really important because then we're mitigating. I don't know that that's true, Sergio. That's why I'm asking for the education, but I hear that hypothesized. And so it's important for us to know instead of just kind of hypothesize what the market's using. Because if the market's using the spread, then mitigating of the bids themselves may not. It just doesn't quite make sense to me yet with this narrative. Does that make sense, what I'm asking? I
understand the question. I understand the question and the request, and we can do further, provide further clarity on that because there's different situations to go over in examples to kind of explain how and when the spread comes into play. So I can commit to work on that for the February explanation along with the planned constraints as well. I think having that will get us to a very good shared understanding of where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I saw Mike M. also raise his hand. Maybe we can go with him.
Thank you. Yeah, Kathleen asked my question. I just wanted to add that I think as part of this process, it would be interesting for the ISO to provide some examples showing how the mitigation of the charging energy is even effective or why it's done in the first place. I mean, I've heard various discussion on it, but it just seems completely counterintuitive. So if that's something that the ISO would entertain, I think it would be beneficial.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. And maybe for everyone's benefit, could you just introduce yourself and your organization so that others on the call know?
Sorry, Mike McGuffin, Customized Energy Solutions.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I appreciate it, and good to hear from you. We'll also include that in our plan for Feb. I think the going on with a narrative and numerical example of it would be very helpful. So we'll include that too. Let me quickly check. I saw a question from Backyard. Should we increase the storage size slightly when it continuously contributes to the grid, comparing the situation in which storage? I'm not fairly sure that this question kind of is related to the current scope of the discussion back here, but if you'd like to follow up offline, we can try and address it. Thank you for sending it. Okay, so this is really kind of what I've envisioned for for this time on devs, I hear from the group more clarity on charging mitigation, the process and rationale behind it would be valuable, and that it would also be useful to better understand the use of bids as opposed to implied spreads in what the market is doing, so as to further this conversation. So we can take that back, and we'll work on that for the February meeting to continue this discussion. With that, let's move on to the SOC management and capacity awards topic. I only have a couple of slides here, and I've already given a substantial amount of foreshadowing about this issue. So I'll try to go over them kind of rather quickly, see if any of my colleagues have anything to add, and then we can have some time for questions again. Well, I just saw Michael raise his hand, so Paulo, this has to do with devs. So let's take Michael's question and then talk about this.
Hi, Sergio, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Michael Volpe from PG&E. I just had a question on the mitigation topic before you move on. It was noted in the MSC paper that some storage resources were mitigated more than others. And I was just wondering if you or anyone at the CAISO kind of looked into why that phenomenon is happening. Is it due to transmission issues or some other reasons?
I think it's really a location kind of outcome related, not only to transmission, but also generally availability in a given local reliability area as well. I also, my understanding is that this is also correlated with not only discharge mitigation, but also potentially charging mitigation, something that we'd like to look into in our analysis on the matter as well. But in our materials, I believe from the second to last storage PCR call of like the prior initiative, there's a bit more information there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about SOC and the capacity awards. As I mentioned before, when we were doing the whole overview of the constraints, the current state of charge formulation is not considering the impact of delivering FRP on state of charge. So today, a large share of the FRP of the flexible ramping product is procured from storage resources. Since the state of charge calculation is not considering the impact of delivering that FRP, those awards could end up being undeliverable due to inadequate state of charge. Now, this issue has a couple of implications, both in terms of price formation and also efficiency overall. So because the state of charge is not limiting the amount of FRP that can be awarded to an asset, that means it seems that FRP is more abundant than it might actually be, resulting in the prices of the product to be potentially artificially suppressed. In addition, if there's inadequate state of charge and that results in undeliverable FRP awards, the market will need to procure that additional energy elsewhere, and that puts upward pressure on the bid stack and potentially increases energy prices in intervals moving forward. So how does this look kind of in a normal day? So in the 15-minute market, the market is accounting for the state of charge impacts of energy and ancillary services to ensure that the dispatch instructions are feasible, right? This is exactly what we were covering earlier before lunch. So the market is making sure that the awards can be supported by the SOC in every interval of the horizon, not just the binding interval. But today, this constraint is not including the potential SOC impact of FRP awards. So when the market clears for energy or AS or FRP, it's doing it for all the intervals in the horizon, not just the binding interval. So this means that, you know, the market might see that a combination of energy, AS, and FRP awards is feasible because it does not violate the maximum draw and maximum injection of an asset, and it is taking into account the state of charge impacts of energy and AS, but not the impacts of FRP. So since FRP is not included in that constraint, the asset might be dispatched for energy and AS in a way that depletes the SOC while still receiving significant awards for FRP later in the horizon. And this can result, you know, in a material change regarding the energy dispatched. This is an issue that, you know, has grown in relevance and urgency, just as the storage fleet has grown. Before, you know, 5 years ago, we had under 500 megawatts. That has increased more than 20-fold in 5 years. And in that context where the optimization does not recognize that the impact of FRP on SOC could be, you know, material, that puts us in a position where it could be, you know, concerning to rely on an asset which is not constrained, an asset class that is not constrained to provide FRP and to count that provision in its SOC calculations. So I'll pause here to see if any of my colleagues want to add on to this. I believe that we definitely have Juan Alvarez on the line. I believe we also have Guillermo, but probably not as what's the word? Not as a presenter, not as a panelist. But I'll pause here to see if there's anything to add. Okay, nothing to add on my end, I see. Okay, I think that's good. So let's see if there's any questions or comments on this matter. Callie?
Hi, yeah, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. So I guess a quick ask and then a question. So my ask is, yesterday during the price formations call, this was briefly brought up there, and it was noted that the CAISO or DMM put out some analysis that showed the utilization of FRP, and interestingly, that it didn't have a high utilization. So I was curious if there's a way to bring that data in here. I don't know if it needs to be updated because I know storage is providing more FRP today than it, had previously. So if there's any way you guys can bring that data into this conversation, would be extremely useful, I think. So as my ask, and my question is, digging way back into my memory and probably yours as well, can you remind me why, when we were making the state of charge formulation changes to include those attenuation factors, I know there was discussion on FRP. Can you remind me why we opted not to include it at that point? Was it because storage wasn't providing a lot of it at that point?
I think your question is related to your ask. Part of it was also that in that moment, it was seemingly not as impactful, but that also has potentially changed. And related to your ask, we are working on further data to kind of describe and document this issue and share with you all. But this is an issue that has grown in terms of its material impact, for sure, relative to the last time that there was a kind of material overhaul of how we treat regulation and the attenuation factors and all that in the SOC calculation. So we're looking into updating that data and sharing it here. I do want to note that just as was mentioned earlier in the call, this is an issue that it falls on topic group 2, but it is likely to move a bit faster than others, just given its relevance and its impact on operations and the market as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, updated data would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Alva.
A couple of thoughts. One would be that it would seem most logical and also consistent with what CAISO has determined to do with imbalance reserves, that state of charge be constrained in the same way for flexible ramping product, because it's basically an option to use energy later. So not use it now in order to be able to use it later. So you'd want to restrict the amount of award based on the idea that it could be called on later over the horizon. But as I say that, I'm not sure if it's actually the same problem. So I have to think about that more. But I think the idea of using an expected take is not really the right way to do it. Somehow it just doesn't seem the right approach in my mind, you know. And then I had another point I was going to make, but I can't remember what it is right now. I'll get back on if I can remember what the point I was going to make and what you were saying. Thank you.
That's totally fine, Alva. Thank you. And you can also send it on the chat if you remember a little bit later. I think this is well, two things. First off, this is a topic that I was initially thinking of kind of raising and including all the data and talking about it in the February meeting, but since we didn't get a lot of requests to present today, I thought let's use the time introducing it. But we're also internally thinking about different ways in which we can address this too. So we're still in that kind of process as well, and we'll have more information, including that data that I've alluded to in upcoming meetings as well. So I appreciate you and others putting their heads together to think about it.
I did remember the other thing I wanted to raise, which is if you're going to bring in either sense, or you're going to bring in energy attenuation in some way, you're going to constrain state of charge later in the optimization horizon, I think you may have to reconsider forcing resources, not just batteries. It then becomes a question for all flexible ramping, whether they should have to be forced to bid at zero, because batteries may have a non-zero opportunity cost. And then if they do, then you sort of have a question of whether it's consistent to have one category of resource able to bid a capacity price when other resources don't. So that was my other point.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a valuable question to add for the list. I think Don just raised his hand, so maybe we can go with Don.
Thanks, Sergio. You know, I think the FRP issue that we're dealing with here is a case study as to why the material you reviewed prior to lunch is so important. Because I think we need to look at these various constraints and ask ourselves, is the constraint having the appropriate impact on the awards to energy, AS, and FRP? And then are the awards impacting the SOC correctly? And the way to think about like the SOC impact, you know, FRP is really energy that you don't want to use this interval because you're going to use it for energy next interval. You know, regulation has some overall energy impact. So maybe it's appropriate to have the attenuation factors. And then if you think about spin or non-spin, that's only used in very rare, seldom instances where there's, you know, a big disruption in the market, and you're going to need to rethink everything you're doing in the forward time frame when those are deployed. And I think if we think about how to solve FRP and think about it in terms of those constraints, and are they appropriately impacting the awards and the SOC correctly, that's how you get storage to work in these markets. So thanks.
Thank you, Don. And I think, viewing it from the lens of what we talked about in the morning will be very useful as well. I think that we also will want to kind of expand this conversation and the different options out there in our next meeting when we review the upcoming or planned constraints as well, and how this issue might interplay with them or be addressed by them if with modification. So thank you for the comment. Okay, I'm gonna give folks another like 10, 15 seconds to see if there's any other hands or questions. This was really the last slide I had on materials from the ISO to present today. But if there's none other questions or comments, I'll pass it on to Kathleen to present her material. So last call. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I'll stop here, and I'm not sure how we want to do it with the PowerPoint, Brenda. Could you let us know?
Kathleen, can you go ahead and you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Excellent. Kathleen from Vistra. So Kaiso and I chatted a little bit, and we thought that it might be useful for Vistra to go over our slides that we presented last meeting, more with the lens of having a chance to have some conversation around it. Sergio did a pretty good job of touching on, I'd say a very good job of touching on a lot of this stuff this morning or earlier today. So I think this could be pretty quick, but so it would be nice to maybe think about what I'm going to tee up as these are some of those potential solutions that we want to consider, rather than taking it as like a proposal. This is more just like the set of things that we'd like to make sure are on the table, and see if folks have any questions or want to talk about the pros and cons. Because last month I feel like it was like a sprint, it went really quick. So we're gonna see if we can have more discussion this time. Next slide. I'm focusing just on the SOC and the outage pieces, so I stripped the dev and the BCR out and deferred that for a later meeting. Next slide. So I'm gonna go over some of these modeling improvements to better reflect availability. One of the things that, it's good that we talked about the SOC management from the CAISO's perspective. I think one thing I'd like the CAISO to walk away with from what Vistra is trying to add to this discussion is that all of these asks to improve the modeling or to better reflect use outage cards, whatever the interim versus long-term solution, they're all getting at improvements to ensure that what the market model sees and what the grid operators see at any given point in time is as accurate as we can get it to be for this fleet of resources that are very flexible. And so very flexible and dynamic, where its availability kind of fluctuates as a result of the market's decisions and the market outcomes itself. And so how do we make sure that its availability is as accurate as possible so the integrity of the solution is as
is as efficient as it can be. The awards that we receive as scheduling coordinators are feasible and that can be responded to. So I really see this as a QA/QC market quality set of a market quality scope. Next slide. Again, thank you, Sergio, this morning for going over some of the SOC alternatives that have been put forward. I was kind of happy to hear a little bit of a almost building consensus that the ideal solution would be to have a resource-specific master file parameter that reflects that resources charge current rates and discharge current rate. The charge current rate is the change in the flow rate that we were discussing that impacts the PMIN as a function of your SOC level. And then the chart on the right shows that. Let's say, I'll put a little orange box so you can see that it really starts kicking in at a pretty high SOC when you're closer to, really when we're getting to a point where we're almost full in our tank, the charge rate will reduce. Same when you're getting really close to the bottom of the tank, the discharge rate is gonna have an impact. I heard that ideal solution of that master file parameters and the model capturing it. What I didn't hear was this interim solution that we put forward, and so I wanted to spend more time talking about this. So I think there is a way to implement an interim modeling solution that would make an assumption and apply it across the entire fleet. So it's not the long-term ideal solution of resource specific, and I'm not trying to say it is, but it would be a interim solution that could be applied in the market model, I believe only in the market model as opposed to a master file change, which drastically improves the implementation feasibility in a near-term basis. And that's really where we're trying to focus our thought. And so my example is that the CAISO could look at historical performance and impacts and come up with an estimate of, let's say, at 90% SOC, and that's when some of the charge current rate changes, and make an assumption from that 90 to 100% at what the reduction to or the re-rate to the PMIN would be. It would be a single rate of charge assumption, temporary solution, of course, until the resource specific could be implemented. So can I pause here, Sergio, and see if you have any reactions and if others have questions?
I think it's a good alternative, kind of short of developing this in a resource-specific way. I would just add that, echoing a little bit what Renee stated before when we were talking about this topic, I'm pretty sure that different storage assets have kind of overbuilt differently to do different things. So I imagine that there might be some hesitation from those that potentially have overbuilt in a way to minimize some of this foldback to apply the same type of metric across the board. But I definitely see the benefit of, let's say, an interim compromise as we move towards the more desirable solution. In terms of proposing a rate curve based on historical data, that touches upon kind of similar concerns of what resources we're looking at and how they've been developed, but I see the merits of the idea. Yeah, and no questions on my end at this point.
Thank you for those thoughts. Is there any Any reactions from the stakeholders? Sorry, I can't see hands.
Currently do not have any hands.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I really, I appreciate that. I know there's a lot more thought that needs to go into it. So I just wanted to make sure that this idea of something kind of interim that would be done in the modeling itself wasn't lost. And then I'm happy to kind of take questions and those follow-ups and think about it more and continue the discussion, if that works for you. One reaction I did have, Sergio, when you mentioned the overbuild, can we tease that out for 1 second? I think it's interesting because my reaction is that even if I have, let's say, a 4.5 hour battery, because there's an overbuild, let's just go with 4.5 hours. That doesn't take foldback off the way that the overbuild might address, let's say, depth of discharge concerns. It's different where I have let's say you have a 4.5 hour battery, so you can discharge for 4.5. Well, if the CAISO wants to discharge it for 4.5 hours, then you are going to hit this limit regardless of the overbuild. Does that make sense? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that does make sense. I think the concern there is not so much if you build the asset differently, you don't have foldback, but different assets experience it differently enough that having the same value could be, could affect some resources that they could argue, well, we developed this site kind of already seeking to minimize this, and now we're all getting the same impact, Yeah. And I think Callie has a reaction there. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And I really appreciate your thoughts. Callie?
Yeah, hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Just to add, I mean, again, thinking on the fly here, and this, Kathleen, this might take away a little bit of the simplicity and ease of implementing what you just kind of walked through, especially as an interim solution. That's always a good thing. But maybe to address the concern, is there a way to consider this an option, right? If it's an interim solution, maybe some storage resources have already overbuilt and it's really not a big risk for them, can say, you know what, I'm going to opt out of this feature for now. And I don't know how much, I'm not an IT person by any means. I don't know how much complexity that would add, but just wanted to throw that out there as something that, if this is a big concern for a lot of storage resources, that might be one way to address it.
Thanks, Callie. That's a great idea. I think it would be awesome for CAISO to kind of think through if this is something that is a decent interim kind of, I'm trying to strive for a solution that could be done by next summer, let's say, or by fall of 2025, something that's in the 2025 timeframe. So I'm going to take Callie's input, which was awesome, and pivot it back to the CAISO as an ask of, can you consider something along these lines, and whether or not, including the idea of like an opt-in, whether that could be a feasible interim solution until a more comprehensive IT project that includes master file, et cetera, could be implemented. Would you mind taking this back and just doing like a soft assessment?
Yeah, we can think about it as well. And I think, we understand the urgency of the issue too, and we'll try to strive to resolve it quicker than other issues that are in scope as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Next slide. So continuing on my thought exercise of, which I think is coming from that urgency of, really trying to throw, I'm all the spaghetti on the wall to see if anything sticks to get to a solution as soon as possible. I'm going to be honest. So let's keep going down that rabbit hole. So let's say you come back and just say, cannot do it. Can't do an interim modeling solution, just is not going to happen. So what other kind of spaghetti would I like us to think about? Yeah, we put forth that dynamic limit tool. Thanks for going through that this morning. So I'm going to kind of breeze. This is some extra background. I know one person asked what the dynamic limit tool, so you can feel free to read the slides, but it could be a mechanism. I understood your discussion a little bit around, like, you got comfortable with CAISO got comfortable with its limitations into the visibility of how a hybrid functions, and so recognized it needs this. I would add that in other markets, there's even more flexibility to update in the energy curve nearer to the actual real-time runs, and that has been put forward in markets to address the fact that these units are so flexible and they do move along their state of charge, which changes the price associated with that operations as the usage or the cycling rate changes over time. That does have a real O&M impact. So, like, these are true impacts to how the price of the asset fluctuates as a result of the market decisions. Other markets have adopted things to give more flexibility to reflect that. The dynamic limit tool doesn't allow you to update your offers, but it does allow reflecting of changes to the PMAX and the PMIN. And so I think with this other known limitation, it could be reasonable, even under your earlier logic that I heard you kind of pen out, that you had this known visibility issue into the hybrids. Well, I would put forward you have a known visibility issue into the availability of standalone storage when it's at the outer edges of its state of charge. So I think the logic is actually the same. It's just getting comfortable with accepting that known visibility and potentially as an interim, unless you decide that this is what you think is the durable outcome. I do think modeling is, I hear a consensus that the modeling improvement is still the durable long-term solution, but the dynamic limit tool could be used in the interim if the modeling enhancements and or not having a resource specific just is found collectively by CAISO and the stakeholders as not workable. Then I think this is a tool that could be resource specific. It's being used for the same reason, known visibility issues into standalone storage when it's in its outer ranges, as why we adopted it for hybrid. So I'll stop there and see if there's any reactions from CAISO or stakeholders, like a little discussion around it.
Yeah, thank you, Kathleen. I think the only thing I would add here is that, so I appreciate this effort of finding all types of different pasta to throw to the wall, as you've put it, from spaghetti to others. I think that this is valuable to consider the alternatives. I also think that, that what you've mentioned of how other markets are looking and thinking about that flexibility is important for us to consider and recognize. That being said, I think that some of the challenges related to the use of the dynamic limit tool are really directly linked to the justification and the idea behind why we created the dynamic limit tool. While this might be a way to address what we're talking about here today, the way in which we've gotten this tool developed, how it's described, how it was approved. It's fairly different. So while I don't want to kind of foreclose this as an option, I do want to note that it presents some challenges from that perspective. Yeah, but yeah, I appreciate that consideration of different alternatives, and I think there's a couple of hands up. Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to Chris.
Chris Devin with TerraGen. Thanks for the presentation. Just wanted to chime in couple points. So I think just one clarification here would be that it does the use of the dynamic limit for hybrids, it doesn't actually adjust the Pmax or the Pmin. It adjusts the upper economic limit and the lower economic limit. So if you go back to that background stuff that we were talking about, just a slight clarification, kind of the effect in the market is similar to like a D-rate or a re-rate. So just a point, yeah, just a point of clarification, not that important. I think your intent is accurate anyhow. So and then just overall here, I think, you know, I would just mention that TerraGen had also put in some detailed comments about how we think dynamic limit tools should be, you know, considered for, you know, potential solutions to SOC management in general. So I did just want to just chime in and take this opportunity to broaden this a little bit and, you know, mention that I think while it could be a solution for holdback here, I also would recommend that CAISO just consider having a broader discussion about dynamic limits and how that could be used as an alternative SOC management tool rather than these like biddable parameters or new storage models or things along those lines. I think it should just be part of that broader discussion too. So while this may be an interim solution to foldback modeling, I think it also is good to just talk about it as maybe a potential durable solution for storage, you know, SOC management in general. So I did just want to take this chance to opine there on that piece too.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And while I have you, can I ask another question? Because full transparency, we don't have hybrids, so I don't have the same expertise. So I appreciate your note on the Pmax and Pmin. My other question was, my thought with the first sub-bullet on the bottom of the other things I need to discuss was, I thought that it applied to the energy, but that it's not getting reflected in AS availability. But can you clarify if that's correct or if that isn't an issue? I kind of put that on that we need to talk about it, but since I have you, I wanted to ask you if you knew.
Yeah. So thanks for asking that, actually. So I believe it's not reflected in the AGC when the resources are on regulation. So I think it does capture the dynamic limit, does get captured in those upper economic limits in spin and non-spin awards and maybe the reg range award. In the depending, but you know, these things are the dynamic limit's only in the real-time market. So you know, I don't, it doesn't, you just use your bids to reflect the availability in the day ahead time frame. So you know, I think it's like only if there was like a replacement award. I don't know that. Maybe, you know, Juan or others might be able to opine exactly on how that works. But I will say one of the issues that we did want to talk about as a additional hybrid issue is like the use of the dynamic limits in real time for regulation and how that isn't utilized in the AGC signal right now. And we think that was maybe a little bit of an oversight in implementation back when this was originally done. And, you know, it was a very complicated new thing. So just wanted to talk about that more too as part of that. I think it's, you know, now going to be part of like the item 3 or part 3 of the scoping. So and, you know, we'll talk more about it, maybe, you know, presenting at that next workshop on this to try to, you know, put a little bit more color around what we hope other hybrid issues that we could talk about would be. And that is one of them. So I'll stop there. See if maybe if Juan or others could clarify exactly how it works for AS and, you know, the other aspects of that beyond just regulation provision.
Yeah, that would be great if someone from CAISO wants to add anything. No pressure, but if you want to chime in, happy to have that clarity.
Hi, Devon. This is Juan. So I was a little bit distracted. I missed the question that you were asking about the dynamic limits. Could you please repeat?
Yeah, maybe I'll take a stab at it if Chris, he may have remuted himself. I don't know.
So
I
I'm
think the
muted, but
question.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you ask then. You take it. You can phrase it better.
So Juan, yeah, okay, thanks. So I think the question is how does the dynamic limit tool work for AS awards, and I think the issue is that the dynamic limit isn't really only a tool that's used in the real time market and not in the day ahead, so it doesn't affect those day ahead awards for AS, which are done through bidding. And when it gets into the real time market, how, if at all, are those dynamic limits being used for any AS awards? And the understanding that we have at Terragen is that it's not used in the AGC signal for regulation, but I was just unsure as to how it might apply if you were, doing replacement awards for AS in the real-time market for some reason, on units that were using that. I don't know if you even do that or if the market does that at all. Maybe that wasn't very clear.
Right. So
Thank you.
So yes, thank you, Chris. So yeah, the use of the dynamic limits basically is kind of to be able to update the maximum and minimum economic limit that you are having. So it's kind of an update of your economic bid. And the way that would be used is the same way as if you were changing your maximum economic limit or lower economic limit. So it will affect the same way the awards of energy, the awards for AS, of course, the ones that are not limited by capacity, but particularly anything that has to fit in your economic bid is the same that we are affecting by the dynamic limit. So think about it as an update on your economic bid. That's what the economic limit is going to be, that dynamic limit is going to adjust.
That's helpful, Juan. Thank you. I think if this idea gets traction, understanding this a little bit better, the technical side is going to be an important element of this. And so maybe you say this, kind of throw this back at Sergio. That explanation is so intriguing because changing the economic limit, right? The economic limit, let's say the upper is your PMAX minus your D rates minus your day ahead AS schedules. So if you were to reduce your upper economic limit by this tool, I just think from a policy, from a what that means in how it impacts the market makes sense, but to the prompt and some of the things I've heard about how it's getting reflected in whether or not it's actually changing that availability in other systems, I think will be really important to know. Because while I've thrown this pasta on the wall to consider as a potential solution here, and to, Chris mentions a few other areas, we want to make sure that it actually does get reflected across all of the systems. So there isn't some systems that would view the storage as available at a higher level, because that would have its own unintended consequences. So I'm sort of hearing this discussion as a space that we really need to crack into and make sure, because while Chris is talking about it as kind of issues that he plans to bring up about hybrids, because I'm putting it on the table for a solution for all storage, I do think it's not just a track 3, it's a whatever track the SOC management is in, if this is one of the options that we keep progressing. Does that kind of ask make sense and concern? I'm going to go silence as yes and say, let's move on to the next slide. Speaking of my favorite topic, upper economic limit and lower economic limit, could not have planned that better. Thank you, Juan and Chris. So moving along, speaking of improvements to the market model logic around UEL and LEL, when there is an outage on units, the upper economic limit and lower economic limit right now is not getting limited to 0. So it's allowing for that calculation to result in a limit that is in a different operating mode. When that happens, my understanding, and again, this is another space that having the CAISO's technical side stress test and kind of come back with more education and clarity is going to be very important. But my understanding is it results in energy awards being issued by the 15-minute market. The CAISO issues an energy award instead of identifying that there is an incremental ancillary service requirement. For a thermal unit, when it's on outage, that portion that's on outage, it's limited to 0. So if for a thermal unit, it's not going to receive an energy award that didn't expect to receive as a result of receiving a day-ahead AS award, 1. And 2, the CAISO will identify an incremental AS need, and then that would be a part of the incremental AS, the AS requirements used by the real-time market. The fact that those two things are not happening for storage, we have some concerns with that being, I'll just say fair instead of saying fair, that not being a very fair approach for storage. When you receive an energy award in the 15-minute market as a result of having an AS obligation when you are now on outage, that introduces a completely different risk to that storage asset, and it changes the risk associated with participating in the AS market in a way that I do not think can be good for efficiency. Whether this is a rampant concern, I'm not concerned with the AS pricing being significantly impacted because I think this is not it's not a frequent instance, but when it does happen, it's a painful one, especially if it happens on a very tight day. If you're issued, let's say, a charge award to charge it $2,000, that is shocking. And that is significantly changes the risk profile of operating on that day. So Vistra does think this is really important to align the treatment across all resource types when there's an outage, that it does not result in an energy award in the 15-minute market. That energy award is also really not, if you're on outage, maybe it turns out to be the binding award, but I think in many instances, it's likely that the 5-minute market may not carry that through for just the fact that that unit is on outage for a portion of its capacity. And so I also brings up other concerns to me of what's the value of that, and is it undermining the 15-minute market solution as well? So I have lots of theoretical academic market quality questions around this, but this is one that we think is really important, that the CAISO puts forward a solution to fix these issues. Whether our solution is the right solution, which is just putting a boundary so it doesn't cross. So you'll see here in the black box, I have revised UEL calculation is the higher of 0 or Pmax minus P rates minus the Reg Up. I just use Reg Up as an example, but IFM AS award. And the revised lower economic limit simple boundary, the lower of 0 or PMIN plus the re-rates plus the IFM Reg Down award. I'm happy to take any questions from CAISO or stakeholders.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
Alpha.
Yeah.
Kathleen, I can't quite tell. The calculations don't look right to me from what you're doing. So I may be just misinterpreting, but it seems to me that if you're certified to provide a service over a certain range, then CAISO's correct to maintain its awards by moving you elsewhere in that range. Now, if you have only certified for reg up on the positive side on discharge, then that should not happen. But I think that if that's the issue, then you should never go below zero. You should never have a set point below zero ever when you're providing reg up. So I mean resources define reg ranges in that way, and so maybe I'm misunderstanding the point, but I think if you're certified for the whole range, you should be able to move through that whole range.
So Alva, I appreciate you raised this. I want to share with you my understanding is that that what you are assuming is happening is actually not true. If you certify for a lower amount, that's a great follow-up for CAISO if you in the future meeting to correct my understanding. But my understanding is it does not address. It does still result in this instance.
Well, I think that would be a problem. I would agree with you in that case, because I think if some other resource had a reg range from 50 to 100 and they got moved down to 20 to preserve a 50 megawatt reg up award, that they would never do that because they wouldn't know that they could actually access the regulation at 20 because they hadn't tested it there. So I think your point is well taken if that's what's happening.
Yeah, and I'd love additional investigation on it. That'd be great. That's my understanding. Yeah, my understanding is the reg certification isn't actually pinning it to any point in your operating range, which is kind of part of why. So even if you certified, let's say 50%, I think right now the market's kind of agnostic to where it comes from. But of course, defer to CAISO to clarify, but that's just my understanding.
Well, I mean, like when we certified, I think we did certify for the entire operating range. You know, basically they moved the battery from Pmin to Pmax, and therefore the reg range is Pmin to Pmax. So if in a case where you only were tested from 0 to Pmax, I think your point is well taken.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Alva. The other thing that I think we need to think through on this one, the other piece is even if you certified your entire range, my understanding is CAISO's day-ahead market is limiting your eligibility to 50% of that range. So that's a day-ahead market logic that was implemented a couple of years ago, I thought, and maybe a refresher on that would also be useful. But so even if you certified 100%, I think in practice the market is limiting it to only one side. That was my understanding of the release. That
I wanted to chime in here quickly because it seems to me that this is an issue that there's actually several questions to clarify first.
Yeah.
So
I would just clarify question asks.
Yeah. So maybe we can start this more kind of similar with the other topics with level setting and having a common understanding, because what I'm hearing from Alva, I kind of tend to agree. Like, I understand the concern of if there was a certification for a fraction and then you can cross the boundaries. But if there wasn't, if there was a certification for all of the range, and it's kind of part of the advantage of the pathway is that the asset can provide regulation across all of the range. I'm not quite sure that modifying this to quote unquote force energy awards would be a necessarily kind of like an unexpected outcome. But I'm hearing the other questions, and I think that we can kind of address that, do some form of explainer, and move from there. Yeah.
I think that's great. I would share that I definitely do not, even if 100, like certifying 100. So from a policy perspective, I don't agree with it being acceptable to receive an energy award in exchange for an ancillary service obligation. And the reason for that is because it is your deployment assumption is 100% for an energy award. That is what we assume, 100%. If you, as you know, when we talk about the attenuation factors, that is not what is assumed for a regulation obligation. It's not what's assumed for a spin, which is considered an unlikely event. So the value associated with your ancillary service offer is highly dependent on your assumption around that deployment rate. If we are going to have to assume as a storage fleet that there is a chance that you'll receive an energy award with 100%, then I think you introduce price issues into the AS market, where now you have to price in a higher offer because of a risk of a 100% deployment through an energy award. I don't know that that's the right price signal to be sending out of the market. So I have price and market quality concerns. But if you are going to kind of double down on, it's fine, like storage that sells ancillary services, you may have an energy obligation, not a reg signal for this service that you're offering. You've changed the product, and I don't think it's transparent to the fleet right now that the way the product functions is what we're talking through. So I do think the clarity and acknowledge, even if you don't change this implementation so it doesn't cross the boundaries, being clear in the manuals and with the market that this can happen does need to happen, and you do need to recognize that you're changing the service that is required from storage in a way that you do not require or procure from any non-storage asset, because you need to let SCs be able to price in the risk. I don't think this is the right market outcome, but we at least need to be transparent about it, and then the market should, the AS market should reflect that it comes with an energy obligation.
Yeah, and more, I think a more clear kind of explanation of the process to identify the root of the issue will be needed. So we can take that back and work on that. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Next slide, please. These are some additional ancillary service concerns, again, kind of on visibility. I mean, there's quite a few issues that I feel like have been raised. I went through this at the last meeting, so I don't necessarily need to go through it again, but I do think part and parcel of SOC management is a deeper dive on why is the mileage design, like, why are there concerns being raised with mileage not being effective in managing kind of the rate of the AS that's being offered? What's not working with that? I think we need to understand these attenuation factors, which we talked about. I've heard that they are not very good estimates of what is seen in operations, and then that creates, again, it makes it very hard when the instruction is, you know, improve our state of charge management. You've received this obligation, like I just talked about, challenges with knowing what your requirement is in exchange for what award you got. We're just looking to try to address that core problem. So when I receive an ancillary service, let's say when I receive a regulation award, I need to know if it could come embedded with an energy obligation or not. And I need to know a better idea of what that deployment factor in reality is. We have a view on it, but also how the CAISO is going to be trying to preserve state of charge and how much of that would need to be preserved. And it adds complexity, especially if my expectation the deployment factor is out of sync with the attenuation factor being used. But better information around these questions, I think, is the next step to this particular slide, is the data we've already talked about today. Next slide. This section, I'm going to just ask you to go to the next slide. We talked about this morning. Sergio, thank you for covering it. So I'm going to skip kind of going over this slide. I'll go to the next slide. This was the technical limitations not in the market model, but we also provided some examples of other types of outages. We think these outage types for storage need to be added in the BPM as examples of outages that fit into the different nature of works that are listed here, just to be clear of where it should show up. So we know when a storage is impacted by a specific rack outage, how it's being reflected, which card it's in. And then we already talked about the technical limitations, so I will skip that and go to the next slide. You did a great job of going over some of the asks for the technical improvements. I think you covered all of these, but if not, feel free to copy paste and I'll take any questions.
All right, so we do have a raise hand from Don Trathaway. Don, go ahead.
So Don Trathaway with CISA. Hey, Kathleen, can we go back to slide 7? So thanks again for the presentation. I just have a couple comments on the potential improvements at the bottom. I think on mileage, I think it's important to remember that mileage is really just a performance metric. So it doesn't even really consider SOC or any of that. It's just how well you're responding to the AGC signal. So I don't think there's a lot there. I think the biddable attenuation factors are beneficial, but you've really hit on the key one is the AGC logic. Because I think ideally, and it gets back to some comments I made earlier, ideally you'd want to determine whether like energy and AS has 100 or AS or FRP has 100% impact or a 0% impact to the SOC. And the attenuation factors doing something in the middle well, one thing we're sure of, 100% of the time they're going to be wrong because they're estimates. And the real thing I think we need to talk with CAISO is regarding the AGC logic. And you know, a long time ago when I was just starting at the CAISO, you know, the key logic behind the AGC was you wanted to move the resources under AGC that had the fastest ramp rate. You wanted to move them first because you could get them back to their set point faster than any other resource, which means you were ready to respond to another AGC signal. And I think as we've moved to and as we move to now having storage providing a lot of regulation, that logic actually doesn't hold. And the reason, let me start back with what's the reason why you dispatch the fastest ones first was then you didn't need to have as many resources on regulation because you could get them all back to set point. There's a similar logic when you have storage where you want to basically make sure that the AGC dispatch sort of extends the SOC as long as possible so you don't need to have more storage resources on AGC. So in essence, you're trying to maintain no change in the SOC, even though the resource is providing regulation over a 5-minute or a 15-minute or an hourly interval. At the end of the time frame, ideally you would want no impact to that resource's state of charge, because then it doesn't impact the advisory intervals and all of that in the real-time market. And so and that logic about managing the SOC is actually part of the regulation energy management design that was put in place, you know, a decade ago, where it does look for opportunities since those resources are only providing regulation to find a way to maintain that SOC so that they don't need to get an energy dispatch. And so I think there is a lot of benefit to having the discussion around the AGC logic to, in essence, make that paradigm shift to where it's not the fastest ramp rate, it's the resource with the most SOC remaining that you want to dispatch first, because then you can get everybody's SOC back to 0. So you're ready to go the next 5-minute interval or 4-second interval.
Thanks so much for adding that detail, Don. That's incredibly helpful. I like fully resonates with me.
All right, so we do have another raised hand from Chris Devon. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Chris Devon from TerraGen again. Just wanted to second what Don had mentioned there, and maybe add a little bit more color and just say, in my decade of working on CAISO related issues, I don't think that AGC logic has really been discussed openly with stakeholders before, to my knowledge at least. I may be wrong on that, but I would encourage CAISO to seriously consider this for all the reasons that Don and Kathleen have described. And I think it seems like it's a black box to most of us. And there are some, I think, disproportionate outcomes that are happening to kind of the one of the first bullets here that Kathleen has that we would certainly agree on the concerns and would like to have that discussion, because I think it does have significant impacts on market outcomes and how these resources are being used, and the financial implications of that, including on O&M and degradation and things like that. That we would like to just try to understand a little bit more about how it works and why, and have that discussion. So maybe we could have that as part of the kind of more background education. And hopefully put that as a scope item to talk through a little bit on how it could impact some of these things like SOC management and other key issues here within scope of the initiative. So I'll leave it at that, but I did just want to also add our voice to the chorus here on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Is there any other hands?
It looks like those are all the hands raised, so you can continue.
Excellent. Thank you. Sergio, do you want to have any discussion about the specific like these operational improvements for OMS? I'm happy to save space for that, and if you want to have it kind of a Q&A, but I know you went through some of them. Is there anything you want to touch on?
I think we covered the bulk of this in the earlier session. So if you have other materials to go through, that would be fine.
This is my last slide. I'm happy to wrap up. Thanks for the chance to go through it a bit more slowly this time. And I really appreciated the engagement from you, Juan, and the stakeholders. I thought that was really great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kathleen, and thank you all for the engagement, the questions, and I've taken notes here of kind of the remainder of the topics to explore in a bit more detail in future sessions. So this essentially concludes the materials that we've had prepared for today. I think I just want to remind everyone of some upcoming milestones. We'll have our next meeting on the 20th of February, and we'll have comments due after that. In the meantime, if you have any thoughts, questions, or anything to send to us that you would normally submit via comments, but you can't in this case, please reach out. And I'll pass it on to my colleague Brenda to kind of take us through the wrapping up slides. But thank you all.
Thank you, Sergio. So yeah, we will be sending out a notice prior to the next meeting, and that notice will provide detail on the comment deadline as well. We also have these presentations already posted on the website here, stakeholderkaiso.com, and under storage design and modeling. We also provide a few links throughout the chat, the attendee list and the BPM. So a lot of material out there. We also have referenced a few topics here today on the Market Performance and Planning Forum. So that meeting is coming up in March. So we'll have a notice sent out for that too, for continued discussion with Guillermo and his team. Since he was able to attend for the full 7 hours of his call, so he will be definitely maybe touching points on the MPPF in March. So at this point, we don't have any upcoming meetings till February. The next one that's coming up next week is the Congestion Revenue Rights Enhancements Initiative. So we look forward for those folks who will be attending that meeting on Tuesday, an all-day meeting as well. But we will have this recording posted shortly next week. And then thanks so much. And then we'll continue letting everyone know if there's any other updates. But I hope everyone stays safe, and no more updates from my part. We can pass it to Ryan, my event producer, for today. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, that concludes our conference. Thank you for using IntelliVent services. You may now disconnect.